Welcome to the listeners and the watchers. If you're a watcher watching this on YouTube, welcome. If you're a listener, you can go and watch on YouTube. It's probably not. It's probably worse. But you could if you really wanted to.
And if you're a watcher, you could go and listen to it instead.
You could.
Or do both.
Yeah,
Right
I've got to remember if we're talking and showing something, I've got to describe it too, because most people are going to be listening to this. So, yeah.
And if people haven't already, please go and subscribe to the new Robin the Regulator channel.
Hang on, taking notes here. Where do I have to go?
Yeah, I haven't done it either.
Go and subscribe to the Robin the Regulator show wherever you listen to your podcast, because it's got its own channel now, where the podcast will come out first. They'll still go on the main channel, but they'll come out on Robin the Regulator channel first. Including the bonus 2 A Half Watchmaker episodes will go out in that same channel as well.
Ah, awesome.
Brilliant. Okay.
Let's see if I can find it. Is it A-N-D and?
Mm-hmm.
Do we need to do that now? Let's do it. Let's.
Yeah, this is riveting for the listeners, isn't it?
And the watchers. Listen, no one's getting away with
Robin
free.
the Regulator. There we go.
I'll look it up later. Sorry. Hang on, I got my phone here. Let me have a
Go
look.
to Spotify.
And while you're there, check out the Milton Rum website.
Yeah.
Haven't got a podcast yet, but it's coming up. Right, well, okay. Is that it?
That's it. That's all my
cool.
housekeeping.
Okay. Been great talking to you. Stay on
Yeah.
time. Michael, you might have something to say.
No? What was that? Oh, sorry, I was actually looking at my phone. I just got a message from someone. Sorry, guys.
Michael.
Okay.
I've been messaging people. Yeah, I've been messaging people all night. So I just got a message through from Ariel actually, and shout out to Emma Rutten as well. She's one of the watchmakers that works for Gromfeld. Just been messaging her on Instagram tonight. Seems like a nice girl. So yeah.
You've just been all over the place, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
going to try and scatter Instagrams through the show.
That's right. Yeah. So
Try and do it.
Is that all your Instagram recommendations? You just every time you listen to a podcast, you just message whoever was on the podcast and say hello. Michael Wood's here. Love the show.
I'm the actual star of the show.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. That's the one, Emma. Is that the one that somebody was saying you should get on your show or something?
I don't know. Maybe. Actually, now that rings a bell. Maybe.
Yeah, somebody said it'd be good if she could speak to an actual watchmaker or something, I think is what somebody said.
Oh, okay. I hadn't spoken to her since, I actually hadn't messaged her at that stage, so it could have been the same one.
There you go. It can be your third show of the year. On a roll.
Yeah, exactly. And that'll be it. That'll be my quota done. I can sit back and relax.
Couldn't get any more relaxed, Michael. Where are you tonight? You're not in your kitchen.
No,
you're
I'm
tent.
So the kitchen is over there. So
Has it moved?
that's it over
Oh
there.
wow. It's great to
And-
see it from different angles. This is
Yeah. So that's it over there. And I'm just at the dining table, so
okay.
Yeah.
Is that good for your back?
it's okay. This is actually quite good. I don't know why I didn't do this before for
Yeah.
the JCB episode as well, because I've got light above me and
Yeah.
there's no lights right behind me. So
Good backdrop. Yep.
yeah, I don't know why I didn't do it. Anyway,
Good.
You didn't think it through, did you? That's
No.
why.
How have you both been anyway? I know I spoke to Rob last Thursday or something.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
When we did my performance review. Michael,
That's
you
right.
missed that. We did my performance review for work live on the podcast.
Did you?
Yeah, it was very good. Even though Rob kept on saying, don't think you should be doing this. Don't think you should be doing this.
Yeah.
No, but I've come around to the idea. I want to do mine on next one. Okay. Sorry, I cut you off mid-swig. I'm going to finish my stout here in a second.
You're drinking a stout tonight.
Oh, hang on. We have the drink check, shall we?
No, we're miles away.
Yeah. So no, we've been good down this way. It's been cold lately, hasn't it?
Bloody freezing.
Rob can't beat us on that one.
No, I can't. It's been cold here, but not as cold as your place, probably. Thankfully. Yeah. Hang on, turn this freaking light down. Keep going. Keep talking. Let's have a little talk among yourselves.
No, I've been doing lots of stuff. Yeah. What else was I going to talk about tonight? Yeah.
Good. Are you coming through for the go-karting or Rob Fest?
No.
Neither?
No. Oh, hang on. Rob Fest is next month, isn't it?
Yeah.
Possibly. I don't know yet.
Jesus, okay. Michael, have we done something to upset you?
I said to Sean, I can't lock anything in yet. There's just too much going on at the moment. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be in Melbourne this Friday too.
Oh, you can come through for something else, but not for Robfest 5 or the go-karting.
Yeah. Okay. It's work related on Friday, so I'm coming down. Going to be going out for lunch with one of the watch companies, and then meeting a couple of people for work, and I'll see how much time I have after that. So.
See, you could just have stayed on Friday, and then we could have gone straight to go-karting, hung over on the Saturday.
I thought about that, but I have stuff on Saturday, so.
Okay.
Yeah. When's the dates for the When's the dates for the Rob Fest again?
I think it's 25th. Or 26th.
Yeah, that's right. So my
it's a Sunday.
Yeah, so my wife is actually in Melbourne with my daughter that weekend, staying, and I'm staying
July.
home. I'm staying home with my son. And
bring him. He needs to learn how to drink at some point.
Well, he did. He's got a birthday party to go to on the Sunday, so that's why I'm staying home with him to take him to that. So
I think give him the option.
Give him the option. Yeah. Okay. Actually, you know what? He'd probably He'd probably take you up on that too.
Say you can come and meet the strange colorblind man with the lady hair, and he'll probably jump at the chance.
It's amazing how many times my kids mention your name, Alex, and they haven't seen you or heard of you for ages. Like they just they mentioned you it was yesterday or something. I said to Lorraine, why did he pop into their head? You know, it's you just that's your
superstar.
Yep,
the Podfather.
Yeah, the strange blind man.
What about you, Rob? What have you been up to?
Non-stop.
Yeah. So nothing then.
Hang on, I got to sneeze.
Non-stop, nothing.
No. Oh, hang on.
Right. Who was that?
Did I put my phone on mute?
No, you never do.
I did. It's on mute. Look. Oh, hang on. Maybe it's on vibrate. Yeah. Okay. Now it's on proper mute. I just unloaded a ton of firewood. I loaded it into the side of my garage. It's I'm pretending to be Swiss. I stack it all up all nice and neatly on my firewood for the winter. So then I can just hibernate, don't come out, sit in front of the fire for the rest of the winter. Because it was cold here too. Not as cold as maybe over there, but we've had some shocker days.
Yeah.
On Saturday we went up to Bickley Valley, which was beautiful, and had a phenomenal lunch and a really good bottle of wine. And I thought I was going to post that on Instagram today, but I didn't get around to it effectively. I also we went to a race, a remote control car day of the big cars that are like this big. Hang on, where am I? Yeah. That big. About the petrol engine, the 2-stroke petrol remote control cars. Like a full-on race, a championship. Was brilliant. Kids loved it. Smell of 2-stroke oil.
Oh, beautiful.
It's just perfect. And the noise. So,
do your kids have any remote control cars?
Not yet.
You should get.
They have had, but not petrol ones. We need to take the next step up. So that's on the list with the dirt bike, the new push bikes, and everything else we need to get. We got a fair few things that they need.
Crossbow.
I've got that.
Oh, okay.
Rifle, slug gun.
Yeah.
Shotgun. Yeah.
Why not?
That's what watchmakers do, Rob. You were loading wood today, and I was mowing the lawns.
Mowing the
That's all
lawns.
we do. Is we
I don't mow
do
lawns
everything
yet.
but watchmaking these days.
Exactly.
So I was the most active watchmaker as the non-watchmaker here. I did the most amount of watchmaking.
Good.
God.
Yeah,
I did some. I put
I
a
regulated a watch today. That was it.
I didn't even regulate anything. And I try and regulate as much stuff as possible. Anything that even looks like it needs a regulation, I'm all over it. Didn't get a chance.
I changed the battery in a quartz watch.
Okay.
That's got to do your job.
Did you?
Yes.
Speaking of...
it wasn't mechanical then.
Wasn't it what? Mechanical? I don't do batteries.
Change a battery in a quartz watch.
Sorry. Okay. Yeah,
Speaking of quartz watches, did either of you listen to the woman's latest podcast with the SoCal watch?
Not yet, but I've heard it's good.
The guy is so
Which
good.
guy? Which guy was it? Gary?
No, I think it's Rick is the guy.
Oh, yep. There's a Rick.
He was so funny. He was so passionate. He swore so much. I could feel Adam Medium Watch kind of stiffening up as to the amount of F-bombs dropped. It was beautiful. I loved it so much. The guy was... I quite like the look of their watches anyway, but after hearing the guy, it was just... Yeah, he was just so passionate and full of life. He was like us, but he had more stuff going on in his life. Like, he wasn't just chopping wood.
It's not hard, but I think he's the most how would you say it? The least formal of that whole bunch, or the least the most like that out of all that. He's the SoCal bunch of people.
Do you know them?
Yeah. What do you mean? Of course I do.
I hate when you do this, Rob. Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Do you know that person? I mean,
stupid question, Alex.
Who do you think you're speaking to? I mean, every continent in the world can make one call.
Oh, now it's Michael's taken over. He's just texting away. He's got all the chicks on board.
But nobody replies to him. It's different. So you know these guys. I didn't. He
I'm
seemed
spending most of my time messaging people and not getting replies. Exactly.
Same. I know how you feel. Most of them, I think. Yeah. The core group, there's only half a dozen guys really, and then a bunch. If it's the same guys I'm thinking of,
half a dozen. Why have they got that many people? I didn't think they had. I thought it was just like two of them. No.
Gary Getz, he's part of that. Remember we mentioned him before. Good guy. Shout out to Gary.
Yep.
They've got some nice collections. There's Gary. There's Rick. There's another guy I got his email. I read his email just again the other day. Anyway, there's a bunch of guys. They're kind of high flying execs with the means to collect some decent watches. They got a bunch of Carrie Vutulans, all the same sort of thing. Limited editions for them. Yeah, but there's a dentist. There's a lawyer type guy, and there's sort of that kind of echelon of people.
So just like us, really.
The same as us, really.
Sitting there with their double dressing gowns on. Yeah, good.
Yeah, no, I haven't listened to it. I mean, I'm keen to. I didn't even know he was talking to one of those guys.
No, I thought they seemed really passionate and animated, and yeah, just had a really good rapport even between the two guys that were on.
Yeah,
there was one that was a bit more conservative than the other, and I loved when they were doing the Instagram recommendations, and one of them said that Rick said to the other guy, "Oh, what was your one again? Lugs and Jugs?" And our guy's like, "What? I didn't pick Lugs and Jugs. What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, you weren't you on Lugs and Jugs yesterday or something?" He's like, "No, fuck you." It was just, I don't know. It was such a genuine interaction, which I love.
Yeah,
it was a great episode. So
who was the other guy? Do you know who the other guy was? Michael or
I can't remember.
It doesn't matter. I'll listen. Michael, Gary, Dave, someone. Rick,
But
right.
Adam, it was no, a minute. Rick and Andrew.
Okay, yeah.
But I'm going to get one of their watches now, for sure.
What watches? Oh, we're not talking about the same people.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to this.
Do they have a brand?
Yeah, SoCal.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, okay. There's a bunch of, but these are guys that start off as a collector group or not?
I don't. No, they were part of Red Bar.
Younger guys?
I don't. It was a podcast.
Come on. Anyway,
He wants you to.
So
he
that
wants
entire
you to
conversation
describe the
is
entire
totally
podcast
pointless,
so he doesn't have
right?
to listen
totally
to
pointless. Okay,
So I said SoCal Labs, and then you're like, oh yes, know them
oh,
very
no,
well.
No. You did not say so-called labs. You didn't say labs, you dick. Oh, you said
What did I say?
The SoCal guys or SoCal group or something like that.
Well, I said, did you hear Roman's podcast today? Oh yeah.
I said-
No, I
no, I
haven't.
said no.
I didn't hear it, but I know the guys
Oh,
probably.
look, that's enough. I could just sit here going, what's going on? Two besties arguing. No, sorry, never heard of them. There's a collector group, a half dozen people. The SoCal,
This is so good.
and they used to have their own.
So good, SoCal.
It's called SoCal, and they were they collect hefty watches, like they're a bunch of serious collectors. So I didn't know what you're talking about. Getting one of their watches. Oh, they don't have watches.
They're $200
No, I'm talking. Okay.
made of plastic. That's why I said talking about quartz watches. I did a segue.
Didn't get it. Missed the
No.
segue. Straight out of my head.
But we need to stick to just the ramblings. Obviously, the professional
obviously
stuff
need
doesn't
to.
work for us.
Yeah, no. Okay.
Every time I laugh, you might see me grimace because I've got like nerve pain running from my left butt cheek down my leg a little bit at the moment. If I laugh, it fucking hurts. Oh,
Sad,
I've actually got to try and play basketball tomorrow night as well. Don't know how I'm going to do that.
Jesus.
I don't know, I'm too old for this shit. As Danny Glover would say.
Actually, I was doing speaking of movies, I did a popcorn last night.
What?
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Our friend Rick from Scottish Watches was back on, this time with Charith.
Yeah.
Sid
He's
pulled
taken
out.
over.
Sid pulled out because he didn't. It was a Scottish it was a Scottish movies special. Yeah,
Right.
it was good. It was really good actually. It was a
The
good.
Scottish version of popcorn.
Mm.
Okay.
That's going to be good.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was
I
I
good
think-
think
fun.
I listen to that one.
I think our sci-fi episode should be coming out this week, maybe.
The one you did with Benoit.
Benoit and myself and Charith, yeah. I think Charith said it was this week. That should be good. Was it fun being back on there, Alex?
It was. I did say, did you ask Michael? And Michael was busy. That's why I asked him.
He did actually contact me. the
Oh,
other
did
day.
he?
He called me and just said, "I'm just calling for a chat."
We're in the bathroom washing your hands.
I was no. He called me. He's like, "Oh, I just haven't spoken to you in a while." He just likes to call occasionally.
He does.
He's a
He
nice
calls
guy.
all
He
the.
just-
He always calls me. I'm actually in the workshop, and I
Yeah.
get a call, and I go out. And I'm like, "Is everything okay?" Oh yeah, I was just calling for a chat, just checking in.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have a
cool.
job,
Hey,
Charith.
Hurtful bugger.
Yeah, like you get a call from me, and you'll be like, Alex, you'll be like, "Shit, what's happening?
Yeah.
What's going
If
on?"
I'm at work,
Like, you get
yeah, but
worried.
he doesn't have any idea
Yeah.
about normal working hours or anything. He's just always
Good,
bugging
I'll
about.
call
I
him during the
think.
day.
Yeah, you should.
Good old
Yeah.
Charith. He just
And make a note of it.
calls for a chat because he just wants to keep in touch. I think he's
Fair enough.
yeah,
It's nice. I like that.
he's good for doing that. Yeah, exactly.
Call Charith. So, come on, let's do these drink checks. My first one's almost gone.
Yeah, I need to top up mine
You'll
as
call
well.
him. You'll call him, and it'll be like a minute in, and just be like, "All right, I've done that."
I'll call him right now. Why are we here?
I've
I'm
got
on a live call.
I've got 50 other people to call today, so I better keep going.
Close that tab. Check that off. Yeah.
It's 20 to 10 your time, right?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
going to call him. I'm going to call Charith.
do it.
Charith, Karan,
This could be a first if you do it right now on
We've never had
Right.
this. Actually,
you should do it. Put it on
Rick-
speakerphone.
Rick didn't know I was going to be on last night, so I signed in my name in Zencaster as Indian Doctor, so you'd think it was Sid.
Oh,
He's not answering. Probably in bed, poor guy. Hello.
Hello. How you going?
Yeah, good. You're on live. You're supposed to say,
Hey,
good evening, 2.5 watchmakers.
Charith.
Watchmakers, what's going on?
You're live. We're talking about you on the show, and I thought I'm going to ring him. He never calls me the hurtful bugger, so I'll give him a ring because you've been calling these guys. Michael and Alex are here online, listening and looking at me in Zoom. They're
Watchers,
laughing.
listeners and watchers, tell him to
Listeners
stop
and
calling me while I'm at
Listen,
work.
dude.
He should get a
Just tell
job.
us-
How's the show going? What are you doing?
Pretty badly, you can tell, because we're calling you.
He's saying pretty badly because we're calling you. We're getting desperate. We're just getting onto the drink checks. We'll get onto that. You'll have to wait for the podcast to come out.
Wait, you haven't even started your drink checks.
No. I've been going for a couple of hours.
30 minutes in. 30 minutes in and no drink checks yet.
Oh, 30 minutes in. Apparently you've been calling these guys at work, and Alex said stop calling him at work, and I said you never call me. So I was going to call you. I made a note to call you tomorrow. Then I thought, bugger, I'll call you now. Anyway, just to say hi, touch base.
That's nice.
I hope everything's
just
okay.
saying that I'm annoying him whilst he's working, am I?
Yeah, basically, yeah.
Well, he works on the same bloody Tissot for like 4 hours. I call him. He's like, "Oh, I'm working on a Tissot."
Do you hear that, Alex?
4 hours later, he's working on the same Tissot.
Always the same.
It's a hard Tissot. They're not as easy to work on as you would think.
Daniel Wellington.
It's a hard Tissot, he said. It's a hard one. It's hard.
What are you guys talking about tonight?
We haven't started.
What's the plan?
We're getting through. I don't know what
Lots
Alex has got.
We've got
Hot
16
lines.
watches to go.
16 watches to go through, but we'll probably won't go through the whole lot. We're going to be talking most about mixing drinks, I think.
Have you received your sponsored?
Well, I finished mine.
How was it?
It was good. I'm going to have to refill it with cheap stuff. When Alex gets his, I'll have a reopening.
Are you on the show right now?
Right now, we're recording. I got
On
I got
video?
it on video, yeah. I got the phone up here, talking to. I held it in front of my mic, and Alex is just shaking his head. Michael's just gone off to blow his nose. He's come back. He's looking at the whole thing, and we're going to get back to business as usual when you hang up. But I just wanted to annoy you first. That's all.
Oh, that's nice.
Is that nice?
Special.
I do and top up my drink. I'll be right back.
I'm not even half a watchmaker, man. I'm just a commoner. I'm a civilian.
We do talk to civilians occasionally, sometimes, if there's a good reason. Oh, Alex has disappeared. He's gone to top up his glass. He's already gone through 2 pints of White Russian.
Two and a half watchmakers and a movie critic.
The Scottish watches.
He
podcast,
did. He's just talking about that. Yeah, that's how it came up. And I was a bit hacked off that I hadn't got the call yet for another show. But we'll have to do it. We'll do it. Oh,
Yeah, we'll do it.
We'll do it. Yeah.
We're going to get you on one with Sid.
Yeah.
You've never spoken to Sid.
Nah, never spoken to Sid. I've heard his
He's a
dulcet
mythical-
tones many
mythical
times.
creature.
Sorry?
He's
Yeah.
a mythical creature.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
like-
Yeah, mythical.
He's a part-timer now, Sid.
Yeah.
Michael Woods has been kind of cut into.
I know. Michael's taken over. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I got a finger on the pulse. Well, I was going to come and catch up at the Rockfest and I was at the karting and everything, but I got something on that day. I always got something on. I got my nails, I got my hair, I got my makeup. So I can't. I'm afraid. Anyway. Anyway. Oh, Alex is gone. I don't know where Alex is gone. It's just me and Michael. Yeah, I'm good.
He-
We're good.
He can't hear us.
Alex can't hear
He
us.
can't hear us, can he?
No, who can't hear us?
Charith.
Yeah, he can hear you, I think. Yeah, because I got my head.
Hey, Charith, how you going?
Yeah, that's Michael saying hello. He says, "Oh, he's back, the Podfather."
Yeah.
Okay, I suppose I'll let you go to bed. I'll let you put the kids in and tuck the kids in and whatever you have to do. And
They better not be awake still.
Give me a wrist check. Give me something.
give you a wrist check.
No, we're not even at that yet.
Nah, we're not even there yet. We're nowhere near it. I'm finishing off my. Look, you'll have to listen. You have to go and listen. You can't get ahead of everybody else. Just take it easy, sunshine. Calm down.
Shit, I just gotta,
Tell him he's made it.
That I have.
Michael says, tell him he's made it.
Tell him he's made it now.
You've made it, mate. You're
He made
a
it. He's
made
on
man.
2.5 watchmakers.
You're on 2.5 Watchmakers. That's it. That's the pinnacle. Of
No
your career.
guests. We never have any guests on 2.5. That's the rule.
Okay, I'm not even getting paid.
There is a rule, apparently. The Podfather just told me there is no guests on 2.5 Watchmaker. That's the rule. It's a golden rule. You've broken it.
That's why
You're the only one,
JCB, he was on R&R, and you were also a guest. That was
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
okay.
This is it.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it still happened tonight. All right.
What an honor.
Feel privileged. Yeah. Yeah. You should.
Mate,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
No worries. Thanks for coming. Take it easy. We shall
Thanks, mate.
talk soon.
Cheers.
See ya. Bye.
See you, mate. Bye.
There you
What a
have it.
legend.
that wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be.
No, I think you
That
could hear
was-
me through my. I turned it up a bit. They could hear me through my headphones.
We should do that more often. Just
we
like
shouldn't.
call people late at night when they're in bed.
Yeah, and have them if they answer us in a certain way, they get the big prize of a half.
What's it like? You're live on 2.5 Watchmakers. What's
Yeah.
the special word or something?
Exactly.
What's the word of the day?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
I used to like when Scottish watches would call up different watch companies and ask them how to say their brand name. So
Do
they'd
they?
call up Switzerland, yeah, because there was always this argument. They don't say Omega, they say
Omega.
Omega.
Oh, yeah, well, that's how the French say it, kind of. Yeah.
So you're saying they say it right, the Scottish?
Yep.
Okay.
What about
Except
have
probably
they called
the
up
Scottish accent.
Lego.
Have they called up Gege?
No, they called up Lego though to find out if the plural of Lego was Legos or if it was Lego.
And
I remember it. I think it was just Lego.
Have they called up? They haven't called up Gege.
No, because they probably wouldn't be. Yeah, it's too. Even if they told them the right way to say it, they still wouldn't be able to say it properly. I think no Scottish person could possibly say that.
true.
How do you say it? How do you
JLC.
pronounce it,
Oh,
JLC.
Rob? Yeah. I mean, I used to say Jaeger Cultra, and then my previous boss who used to work with them said it's. You could say it a number of different ways, but he said it's a Gege.
Yeah, that's how that's at in the factory. But they speak French in the factory, and Jaeger is not really a French word, I don't think. It sounds like more of a German thing. Jaeger, like
Jaeger.
Jägermeister.
Yeah.
So there's, I think, I don't think there's any. Well, there is wrong ways, but I don't think either of those are wrong.
Yeah.
And Le Coultre is
It's
just
interesting, isn't it?
that's the R and the E at the end of the Le Coultre that sort of gets people. If you're not a French speaker, that's a French speaking name for sure. Anyway,
You would think that the correct way is the French way.
well, that's where the factory is, right? I mean, yeah, even if
Yeah.
the original name is German, or there's a bunch of brands like that. I think, how they say it in the factory where they make these things. For me, that's
Yeah.
how it should be said. But
That
You
should be exactly.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yep.
Anyway, okay, we can do drink check now because I finished my first one.
Yep.
It's gone. Oh, sorry, Alex.
No, go for it.
Well, go for what?
All right.
Go for what I'm drinking.
Oh, Michael's going for it anyway.
Drinking
Hibiki.
Japanese whiskey. How do you
The
pronounce
shitter.
it?
It's a shitter.
The shitter. The shitter. Yep. And I'm drinking in a little tiny Irish.
Sorry for your listeners. I
glass.
wasn't swearing. I was just reciting what was in the bottle.
So are you just drinking shots of that, Michael?
Yeah.
Just down a couple of shots for us, well, because we're on camera for the watchers. Just
Yeah, have
down
one
a
for
couple
me
of
too.
shots so we can.
I'm not fallen to that. I know Charith has done that before, and he. That's how he gets you, Rob. Just for the watchers and the listeners, just do this, and that next
Listen,
thing you
I've
know,
never had to
I'm
trick
going
you
off to
into
sleep on the
getting.
couch.
I've never had to trick you into anything, Michael Woods. It's like
I know.
the bigger boys made me do it, mummy. No, you don't get to use that excuse, okay?
I'll just be sipping these little things.
Okay, nice.
This is how we this is how we drink them at Lodge. Little
Oh,
tiny-
serious? The lodge,
Little ones, yeah.
the special handshake lodge.
Roll up your trouser leg.
I realised that Paul is a Mason as well.
Possibly.
Possibly. Yeah.
Rob can't talk about it. It's a secret society.
Yeah,
You're talking
Rob-
about it too much, Michael. You're on a podcast with video.
Rob's a Mason as well, isn't he?
Is he?
I'm not going to say.
Am I the only person?
I'm a different level. I'm a higher level.
Well,
The
let's
way
see.
that Rob made that noise, like, it was like,
Yeah.
we've let in all these fucking idiots now. They just talk about it all the time. It's a secret society. It was a disapproving. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rob was in the upper echelons of the Masons.
He's like the grandmaster. He's running the whole show.
Aren't
That's
you a
why-
Catholic
that's why he
though,
knows
Michael? You are a Catholic.
I'm not.
Are
No,
you?
I'm not going to get into this. No,
Yeah.
I'm
Are
not.
you a Catholic?
No.
Oh, you're from the bad side of Ireland. You're that thing. Oh, okay. Okay, I get you. I thought you were a Catholic.
No.
I
I mean, my kids go to a Catholic school.
I feel like I wouldn't have let you stay in the Stevie Breggy suite if I'd known you weren't a Catholic.
Right. Hey, I invented the Stevie Breguet suite. Really. That all came from... Well, no, I didn't invent
What are
it.
you talking about?
That came from me. The story.
It was made for you.
So when we meet eventually, Rob, we'll shake hands and we'll really see if you are a...
Alex, do you know we've never met?
No, no.
I mean,
I
properly.
know. We
I
haven't.
know. That's the magic of
I
the
think
internet. It's beautiful.
The universe is going to implode.
You know, the funny thing is like after having conversations like this for so long and then meeting someone, you would think that they would be the same as... like when I met Alex
exactly.
for the first time, I was like, he's actually taller than I expected. and like it was like I've had so many conversations with him on the podcast and on Zoom, and it's just like I assume he's going to be a
like a
certain
hobbit.
But
height.
he's only that tall.
And he's- Yeah, like I'll meet you, Rob, and you'll be like Danny DeVito or something. What's going on? It's like an optical illusion. He's in his workshop there. He's got like everything is small.
You can't see my wheelchair.
The chair he's sitting in is really tiny. Everything is tiny, so it makes him look normal.
But Michael, you had met me before. You met me at a Time and Tide thing, remember?
Yes, I had, but
Yeah.
for some reason I'd forgot. I must have
Forgot
drank too
my
much that night. I don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know.
What are you drinking, Alex?
And you're wearing jeans that were much skinnier than I expected.
Girlfriend jeans, boyfriend jeans, whatever.
Yeah, Alex.
Got the second now pint of Geelong Cats White Russian with Kettle One vodka and Kahlua because I'm still waiting on my rum.
Wow.
I got 2 bottles.
It's all because you complained at the beginning and said, "Where's my tracking thing?" Honestly,
Yeah, well, that's good.
I've got all this ginger beer and ginger ale in the cupboards ready to go. I've got half a dozen limes there, but yeah,
They know who really runs the show here.
I don't know who runs the show.
Yes. Yeah, well. Yeah, okay. So you've got a cat. I'm expecting you to get more and more Cats paraphernalia at the end of the season when everything goes on sale. You'll be just the scarf, the
I was out on Saturday night. I had a few drinks in the CBD, and I met up with Shelley and Shella and Shelley, and we were at some kind of fancy bar that had pretty fancy cocktails with like shaved truffle and stuff on top.
Oh.
One of the bar staff, it was there last night, so they kept on going round to the people at the bar. It was a very small bar, only held like 5 people, and they kept on coming around to try and give people shots of whiskey. And I was saying, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Giving you shots of whiskey.
Giving you shots, so I was like, I'm on a health kick. I was like, I'm not having any. And they were looking at me like I was an absolute maniac because I was Scottish and I was turning down whiskey. And then so when I went to leave, I put my Cats hat on, and the owner of the bar went, "Geelong Cats fan," and knew there was something weird about you.
Right. Okay. Well, there's something weird. That's not the only thing weird, but well, I've just finished my 4 Pines Nitro Stout beer, which was quite nice. I thought I'd try that. That was there's a few more left in the fridge because I thought wintertime, I need a stout beer. Because I had a bit of a disaster today. Actually, I was in Dan Murphy's, and I got a bunch of stuff. I got about 4 or 5, I think. Well, let me work it out. It's 5 bottles of wine and a bottle of vodka. And actually, because I went there looking for something else, but it was, then looked it up and it was cheaper somewhere else because I'm a tight ass. So I went somewhere else and bought another bottle of Malibu, which I'll explain why later. And I got halfway and I put the 6 bottles in the top box of my scooter at the back, but I already had, I got my strap box, all my straps in it, and then I had a business meeting before, so I had a folio thing, and then I had to squash it down. It didn't really lock properly, so I ended up locking it. And so I'm boring home. I put these drinks, the beers under the seat and stuff. There's a bit more room. And I came around a corner, I took off, and I heard this clanging noise, it sounded like broken glass. But I had my helmet on, I couldn't hear it. And I looked around, and there's a truck with these brakes on, squealing brakes, stopping at a set of lights. So I thought, I must be that, and I took off. And I got to the next bottle shop where I wanted to buy something else, and I looked at it, and the back was open, and there's 3 bottles missing.
Oh.
one of which was this. Lucky it was the bottom shelf vodka, Red Square vodka from Russia, which probably would have killed my brain cells anyway. So that was gone. There was 2 bottles of good wine gone, and I don't know if it just came on and someone walking past the bottle shop grabbed them when I was in the other bottle shop, or not, or else I think they went out. I didn't tell my wife because I bought it all in cash. She doesn't even know what I bought, but
God. That's just like a regular day for you, just walking down the street, just like throwing out $50 bills to people.
That is Rob every day. He's like, business meeting, go to the bottle shop, go to a different bottle shop to save 50 cents. It's only a 20-hour drive.
$5. So I'm double. So I've finished that. My next drink, what I've got here, is a pine lime splice. It's called it's a Maduri splice. Have you heard of Maduri splice?
Yep.
And goodness knows why. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I do know why. Because I found a bottle of Maduri in the drinks cupboard. And I thought, that's a bit of a summer drink, but I like it. So but then I didn't have I was out of the Malibu, so I had to go and get some of that. And then I looked all over town. I went to about 3 different shops to find some pineapple juice, because in the middle of winter you can't find pineapple juice. A little tiny bottle like this, and then so I'm about to start that. But a Maduri splice, it's just a sensational drink. It's sweet as you catch diabetes from it, but it's pretty nice.
What is it?
It's diabetes.
It's it's 1 part Maduri. Maduri is a Japanese lemon liqueur.
Is it lemon?
Sorry, not lemon.
Melon.
Melon.
Yeah.
Melon, lemon, same thing. I'm dyslexic sometimes. Japanese, it's a really green. You wouldn't know the color because it's green. It's it's like the sky, same color as the sky, green. And then 1 part Malibu, and then fill it up with pineapple juice, and then you put cream on top. And you're supposed to have a little glass, like a normal little sort of tumbler.
Yeah.
But this is my tumbler.
Sounds disgusting. I've got to say that sounds absolutely disgusting.
It's actually really good, but I must say it's better in the summer. And when the cream sits on top like a float, but you stir it up. You know those splice ice creams? Have you had one of those?
I've seen them. I didn't realize it was based on a cocktail.
So that glass is the same size as this one, yeah?
Yeah, same
size. Tumbler.
Yeah.
So he is like a miniature Rob.
No. Anyway, jeez. No good at my shirt. It's good though. It's really good. And if you have a splice, because when we were kids, we used to have these splice, these ice creams. They're cream in the middle, or a really vanilla cream in the middle, and then this pineapple and lime sort of exterior. Beautiful. Yep. Aussie kids, they're an Aussie thing, and that's basically what that's based on. Basically.
Yeah.
So good. Just all because you found something in a cupboard that you hadn't had, that's probably been sitting there for 15 years, you thought, I better go out and buy all the other ingredients to make some obscure cocktail from it.
I've not been in Perth 15 years, or in Australia.
Have you not?
But yes, that's how I discovered the butt crack, Alex, because I had some butterscotch schnapps, and I looked it up and started drinking butt cracks. Beautiful.
I've never.
Michael's butt crack is actually looks like it's acting up. He's in the agony. He's got some shit and pain right up his butt crack.
Yep.
Michael, your education is sadly neglected.
Yep.
Anyway, more on
I'm
that later.
massaging my butt right now.
Spare us the details. And then I got my I couldn't yet open my Milton Rum. Well, actually, I'll hide the top bit. It actually is open.
Look at that gold.
So
Milton
jealous.
Rum. It's just a beautiful bottle.
I know.
Shout out to, isn't it Alex at Milton Rum
Yeah.
in Brisbane? And it's it's really good.
If Alex is listening, man, send me
I
a
will.
bottle too. Yeah, send me a bottle. I'll
No, I've got some mess. My third bottle yet.
I'll promote the shit out of it.
We're already promoting it. We're not even drinking it.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing's official
that was
until
so
I've
gold.
tasted it to make sure it's good enough for.
If it's
our
not good enough, you
humble-
can send your bottle to me.
No, I'll drink it, but I'll just say I'm sorry, this wasn't good enough. Maybe it was a bad
I
batch.
don't think that's ever going to happen. Someone could send you a drum of petrol and it'll be okay.
Listen, we're open to petrol sponsorships as well.
Oh, I love petrol sponsorship.
I'll
On a
take
card, a
petrol.
shell card would be good. Actually, that's the drinks, I suppose.
Yep.
Oh, and I left them in matching glasses. I have them both in Acai glasses, just different sizes. So I was quite impressed. I did that especially. Like they're the
Good
glasses that
little
end up in the freezer, the frozen glasses. So
Yeah.
anyway, not drinking Acai, are we? What are we wearing? Here's some,
I might have to take one of my dressing gowns off.
Still too much.
Oh, you had two on.
Yeah, got a
Wow.
double.
Really?
Yeah, it's like the dressing gown equivalent of double wristing.
It really is cold at your place tonight, isn't it?
It's freezing.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to turn the heater off here, actually. It's too hot here.
It's like on Dumb and Dumber, where they're sitting around the campfire, freezing their ass off, and Jim Carrey goes to the other guy, "Here, I've got a spare pair." He takes off a second pair that he's got on. My palms are sweating anyway. And the other guy's just been sitting here for ages, freezing his hands off. Okay, so what are we wearing? What's on
What you
our
got?
wrist?
You go first, Michael. You're up.
I'm gonna do two wrist checks today. I haven't. It's not on my wrist, but it's sat outside in its box. So one that
Okay.
you've been waiting for ages. Yeah. Are you on mute, Rob?
Sorry, I was.
Yeah. Yeah, because I saw your lips move and I was like, yeah, nothing's coming out there. So I'm wearing a vintage Explorer. No, sorry, vintage Air King. It's hard to get a good shot on here, isn't it? But 5500 from the early 60s. Yeah, it's like a 34 or 35 mil silver dial. You can't. I mean, these hands, Dauphine hands, they stopped putting those on the Rolexes like years ago. And so most of these Air Kings you'll find will just have the normal straight hands, but yeah, beautiful shape on them. Same as the markers on the dial.
What were the other King watches? Would you see the other
King?
ones? Was there not like a Tiger? No, it wasn't a Tiger King. What was it? Was there not? Was there not another
King.
couple of
King
It
Midas.
was like a Speed King. No, like those other
yes.
things, and then
Yep.
the Air King was the main one that continued on, but there was like three different
there was
ones.
Yep, I remember a Speed King.
Mhm.
I remember seeing one of those, a few of those.
But they were all basically the
don't know
same.
how
They
rare
just
they are.
said different. I think they were pretty rare.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know how rare though. Like they've never been known as valuable, but they're just like I've seen them before.
Yeah.
I service.
Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're super valuable,
Um,
but I think they are pretty. You don't see many of them.
It's almost like the Explorer 1 they made for the Japanese market with Space Dweller on
Yeah.
the dial.
Yeah.
Similar sort of idea, I think. The Speed King might have been made for a certain market. I can't recall. Yeah, but that's.
But you've
one
seen
of them.
one. You'd seen one in person.
The Speed Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I serviced probably. There was only probably two maybe in
Okay.
all my 12 years at Rolex that I saw them, but yeah, so they might be quite rare. So how am I going to show this? So
Remember
This
podcast,
is
Michael. So you have to. What's that you've got in your
Alright,
hand?
so
It's a
I'm
box.
I'm opening a big cardboard box that says Zenith on the inside, and then we've got another box. So it's like
What dimensions are we talking about here, Michael?
boxes.
Paint the picture. Dimensions wise, what
Well-
are we talking about in
well,
metric?
it's-
He doesn't know. He's had
Yeah,
5
it's
shots of
like
whiskey.
it's like it's like a box. It's like 1.5 2 foot long.
Mm-hmm.
What's that in metric, please?
Then we get into an inner box, which is it's basically a picture of the manufacturer in the lock of Zenith.
Looks like
Doesn't
prison
manufacturer,
cells.
Okay.
And then you take that box out. You got another box.
This is why the planet is
got
dying. All this unnecessary packaging. You're killing us, Michael.
And then you've got the manufacturer edition
Oh,
with its
dial.
prototype dial on the side. So that's in a little case. You've got a polishing cloth, and then you open up here, and this is Rob's. This is what Rob's after.
The comic,
Rob's.
come on,
So
bring it on.
You open this little side hatch, and there we go. There's
Danny
Charles.
DeVito. Oh no,
Oh,
yeah.
Charlie.
So you got your guarantee stuff, but we could do some nighttime reading here, couldn't we? Like a little bedtime story. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but
Have you been on Chrono 24 recently? You seen what those are going for? $80,000 a watch. It's
Oh,
crazy
look.
money.
go on to Chrono 24 and just check out the manufacturer edition, El Primero, and yeah, I've bumped the price up somehow, haven't I?
This is your
But yeah,
super, is it?
it's just like a comic book sort of set up
Cool.
inside with this.
Oh, there's a Vespa. There's a Vespa and a Concorde. Same thing, really.
Was it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Is it?
Go back a page. You missed it.
Oh, there is too. Jeez, you got good eyes.
that was
must be a
me.
watchmaker.
I made it put that. That was my idea.
Yeah. And yeah,
There he
it's
is.
just
There he is.
It's just a comic about the saving of the
Pimple.
Zenith, the El Primero movement. Ah, yep. So visit factory and go up to that attic one day. So
Been there, done that.
got the ticket. So
Is there somebody there that does tours?
yeah, so that's my wrist check.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean Zenith actually. I think the Neuchâtel, what is it? The region or the canton, the Neuchâtel have actually. I think that's what it is. Have actually. They asked. I can't remember how it worked out. They asked Zenith if they could do tours or something, or so they offer tours every Friday. I think, basically. And then you can do special tours through the week, but like a regular tour is like a Friday, every Friday basically you can go, and they
Cool.
they offer the tour.
I'm trying to think of the day we did it. I think it might have been a Friday. I'm not sure. We had to organise one specially, I think, through the school where I was doing a course.
Yeah, if you organise one specially, you probably did you probably paid for the bigger one where you can go in a big group or something like
We
that.
didn't pay for anything, Michael. We don't pay for anything.
He
I was doing
flew
a course-
in on
course
his
you did.
private jet. He just
flew
jumped
me in.
right
In
out the
fact, they
window.
paid.
We paid
they
Rob
paid
to,
him.
yeah.
Me,
Yeah.
dude. Jeez.
Yep.
No, I was doing it when I did that. Sorry. Yep.
Yeah, no, I went onto the website tonight. Actually, I went to see if you can actually purchase it because I haven't found out. I haven't asked since. And you can't purchase it online. So I'm guessing you can still just get it if you visit there. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's why the price is double what the retail is. So
Yeah. Right.
yeah,
So the idea is like it was similar to the Tudor Harrods, right? That kind of thing where you can only get it in their
could you
actual.
only get that at Harrods? I guess.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, and you couldn't call up. You had to actually
Yeah,
go in and
okay.
put your name
I
down. How did you get your one, Rob? You had one of those, didn't you?
it's funny. I work for Tudor on a. Did you?
What? You
I
still
work
talking?
for Tudor. I didn't even know that. I just assumed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's,
had to get
it's a
it
bit
from
like that, I think.
I've got
Yeah.
a good mate in London, a couple of mates, and they both got one each.
Yeah.
For me, but you had to get it there, yeah. No, they're on a waiting list. I was on a waiting list for maybe 6 months, maybe something like that.
Yep.
But that was the really, really low number ones right at the start.
Right. Okay.
And I just sold the
they gone-
last one. They've gone up a
Are
bit.
they worth? Have they? Yeah. They must.
Yeah, but not like that. Not silly money.
That surprised me actually. I mean, it's a really nice watch. I can get it because it's beautiful to wear. But
Yeah.
it surprised me when I saw it. Like initially I saw one on there for like 20 grand. I thought, oh, he's dreaming. He's just chancing it, this guy. And then I just checked the other day and I was like, what? There's a few up there, and they're above 20. So,
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just playing the flipper when I bought the Harrods ones, and then I sold one straight away and paid for them both.
Yeah, right.
And then I just kept it for a while, and then went up a bit more, and I unfortunately sold it not that long ago. Just needed some cash.
I think they will go up more. Those
They will,
Harrods
definitely.
ones. The color is just really nice.
Beautiful.
Right.
Yeah.
There's not
Yeah.
tons of kind of limited edition
No.
shooters like that, and I just
Shooters.
No.
yeah,
No.
and the Harrods tie-in as well. I think
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
but I think it could be
No, you're right.
20 years or something before
It'll take a while. Yeah. So I'm just
You'll all
putting
be
Splinter
dead.
out.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, you're right though, Alex. I think if it's, do we know how many were made?
Not many. They're still making them, I think, but they're very, very slow.
Yeah,
It's probably similar to the manufacturer edition where they don't make many of them because you can only get them a certain way. So they're
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah, exactly.
it's not necessarily limited, but they're just low quantities. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what are
Okay.
you wearing, Alex?
I liked,
Sorry, carry on.
go on, Michael.
no, I was going to say, I liked what recently happened with the Japanese watchmaker where he actually allocated 5 or 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
So he said, I'm not going to do a limited run. I'm not going to do, say, only 200 and then people buy them and then sell them. He's going to let everyone purchase one, but it's only going to be within 5 or 10 minutes. I think it was really clever, actually.
But it didn't work.
Like, he
But
probably should have.
It worked. That was
It
the
didn't
meme
work?
that didn't work. Yeah.
oh, okay.
He probably
His
should
first
have
one didn't
maybe
work, his
done
last one didn't
half
work.
an hour, so that because there was
Bit too many.
issues with-
Bit too many, Michael. He'd be making 50,000 watches. He can't make
But
it.
but that's still good money, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Imagine he could sit there and just make watches for the next couple of years and make decent money off it.
Yeah.
The problem is with 5 or 10 minutes, some people missed out because they'd add it to cart and they didn't get enough time to actually get
Yeah.
Too many
payments and
tabs
stuff.
open. Yeah,
That's what happened to me for me the first time when when Dane or someone got one. A couple of people got them, but I didn't. The green one.
Yep.
And I tried, but then they opened it up again because the whole thing crashed, and I couldn't be bothered. I was over it by the second time. So anyway,
Yeah. It's a great idea anyway. Great.
Yeah.
Great looking watches.
Yeah.
Fantastic market.
they're nice.
Yeah. Sorry, Alex. What do you got on your wrist?
I have my beautiful Princeps special skin diver. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
It's a beautiful little
Nice.
watch.
Looks great.
Are you double
It's
woody?
gorgeous. No,
Where's your three? Who's got the 3.5 watchmakers?
I don't think. I think I had
You
mine
can't
on.
rely on
I
me.
actually had mine on last night on Popcorn.
Did you?
I had the old GBX 100
This is the
on.
first.
Represent.
This is the first episode where we're not representing it. Not
we
one
had
of us.
Charith on, so it's something
Interesting.
special. You know, it's like it's the first of. It's another. Yeah, it's a podcast of firsts. It's an episode of firsts
Yeah, it is.
tonight.
Yeah.
I guess.
First time at the dining table with that background. Yeah.
It's very exciting for the watchers, for sure.
First time we're talking about Milton Rum Distillery in Brisbane. Beautiful little rum. You should go and try it. Well, I'm wearing a Seiko. It's a 7548-700B Pepsi,
That's a
40
nice
years
one.
old.
Is
Yeah,
it?
I was going to say that looks like one of the old ones. Yeah.
Yeah, and I've got that on a nice one of my prototype kangaroo skin Zulu
Ah, yeah.
straps. 'Cause it
That's
goes well with
40
the bezel.
years old, that watch.
That's 40. Yeah, it's 81, roughly around there. Yeah. As far as I can figure out from all the research I've done, I'm big on research, obviously, so I could
Yeah.
be wrong.
Such a cool watch, though. It's
very
a really, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very cool. Bit of a check on that, your battery seals, everything else, and who owns that? Shout out to
Oh,
Don.
it's a quartz.
It's a quartz. Yeah,
Quartz, that one.
It's a quartz. They did
Yeah,
automatics,
okay.
but this is like a cheap and cheerful quartz, but it's solid as. It's it's a cool watch.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Cool.
yeah, so I just model that for the
Natural.
watches. Natural. Anyway, that's it. Oh, we're done drinks and watches.
Yeah, we're
Jeez.
all an hour and 25 in, so.
Now what
yeah.
happens?
Now let's go through the 18 watches that we've got here.
Right.
I'll let you guys can just pick whatever you want to talk about.
No, I'm happy to go through all of them actually.
Good.
You picked some good mix here, good bunch.
Michael,
I'm
you
gonna-
can pick the first one then, Michael.
Well, let's just go from the first one you sent through on the
Take
list.
it from the top.
Jacques. Actually, I need Rob to pronounce this. It's a French
Jacques, you just said it.
Jacques Bianchi.
Bianchi, that's that
Jacques
that
Bianchi.
Formula One driver that died.
Well, I'm pretty sure this guy wasn't driving Formula One recently,
No.
and he's still alive. So
I don't know. It's Italian. I don't know Italian. Bianchi, I suppose.
So this
Jacques
is us
Bianchi.
slipping into the Milton Rum Independence corner.
Thank you for mentioning. I was going to throw that in.
exactly.
I was trying to
Milton
put.
Rum
I was trying to get a sign to stick on the door in the corner with Independence Corner, and I was going to spell it Independence, like Independence Day, and
Yeah.
have all that. But I couldn't find a pen with a big enough pen that you could actually see it on the wall. But I'll do something next
You'll
time.
get there.
Yeah.
Okay, Michael, tell us about this watch.
So I'm actually initially I looked at it and thought interesting, but the backstory behind the watch actually made me more interested in it, and I think it's quite cool because this guy, Jacques, have you got it open, Rob?
I have now. Yep.
Yep. Is that Bianchi?
Bianchi, yep. Yep.
Jacques Bianchi. So
Yep.
he is a watchmaker who is French. Lives. I don't know if he still lives there. He probably still does. French port of city of Marseille, and
Nice one.
happens
Nice
to
pronunciation.
happens to be the home of Comex. So Comex is obviously the deep sea diving or engineering company, and they were actually had a connection with Rolex because they helped develop the Sea Dweller. So this guy Jacques Bianchi was actually servicing a lot of the Rolex Comex watches back in the day, the original ones. So yeah, it was a really interesting story. I'd never heard of this guy or heard of the story at all, actually. So he's releasing, how many are there? There's a left-handed, it's basically like the crown's on the left-hand side, a 42 millimeter dive watch. It's a 200 meter depth, water resistance, and it's limited to, I don't know if it's limited actually. I don't think maybe it's not limited. Anyway, it's got a frogman French diver on the dial that goes across the dial, and it just has Jacques Bianchi Marseille on the dial, and it's fairly clean. It's a really vintage looking dive watch. I actually really like this. Like,
Nice.
I can't and for the price, it's
Well-
US. I'm sure Rob will be able to help, but US $5.99,
No,
and it's going to go through Kickstarter,
Yeah.
or it is going through Kickstarter.
The Seiko movement is pretty basic. A lot of Kickstarter type watches have, but you have to do it cheap. Otherwise, because it's got Marseille on the dial, you can't price it like a Swiss watch because it just won't work. The market won't accept it. People won't pay $2,000 or $3,000 for a watch like that or anything over that because it's not Swiss made on the dial. Unfortunately, that's how it is.
Yep.
But it's a beautiful dial,
But
beautiful bezel.
It's a cool
great.
story, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think they
Yeah.
could have got $1,000 out
Yeah.
of that. I think they went a bit low. I think they could have got a few more $100.
Well, maybe it is in
out of
Aussie
it.
dollars.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, 600 US it's close. I think it's still well priced. Like I would be happy to pay that sort of money for this interesting. I don't even care about the movement, to be honest. I forgot it had a Seiko. I don't even care. I just think the story behind it, the look of it, the crown on the left hand side. I think it's an interesting talking point. Like I just think it's got a cool story behind it.
Yep.
When you look at the original one, we're on Watches by SGX, it'll be in the show notes. It is
right.
normally when we see the original ones in these kind of articles, we always go, "Oh,
Yep.
I want an original one."
exactly.
But this one actually it's very, very true to the original. The original looks like it had a Bakelite bezel, but the original had a date, and they've lost the date, which actually makes it better.
That's
But
a
other
big
than
improvement.
that,
Way better.
yeah. Other than that, it's
Way better.
It's pretty good. At first,
This is one of those rare examples where the original has been beaten by the new one. I think.
yeah.
I can't think of any others where they've done that. Yeah.
The diver looked a bit large at first, but you know what? It's cool overall. It's cool design.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of watches of that period had divers on the dial. That was just something they did. But yeah, this is kind of cool.
Yep. Very
I like
nice.
the vintage retro case as well. Like it's got a little scallop out of the horns as well. But I mean, it's fairly simple. Yeah.
Yep.
Impressive.
Yep. Okay.
And the guy's still alive. Do you think they just rocked up at his old folks' home and they're like, right, we've got had one of those big comedy charity checks. They're like, okay, we need to sign away the rights to your name. Here's $10,000.
Turn up for some photos.
You've got a new young nurse to look after you in the home. Stick your name on this. I don't know. It's cool, and it's.
I've never heard of him, and to be honest, it's funny that this story hasn't been told before about someone that serviced the Comex watches.
Yeah.
And by the look of it, he's still active. I saw a YouTube video earlier with him in it, and he's still an active.
You've been doing research.
Active watch.
Goodness me.
I'm doing research.
What was the one that Benoit had somebody on one of his shows on the Vintage Hen House, and somebody was talking about it, maybe Benoit, that there was a watchmaker and their shop was opposite the French Navy port, and the guy had all the records for all the Marine Nationale watches.
Really?
And he kept, and so when they were closing down, the person who would go in there all the time and speak to him, he said, do you want to buy I've got all these documents, I've got all the records of all the watches I've serviced, all the numbers, all the movement numbers, and somebody got all that. I'm sure it was in one of Benoit's shows right at the very beginning. But there are obviously so many more kind of these interesting stories out there, and this one isn't. It's not too crazy. Normally, if it was a big brand, they'd be going totally over the top. But
exactly.
Yep.
This is I can kind of handle this, so I don't have too much of an issue with it. And it's a cool looking watch. That's the main thing, and it's a good price.
Yeah, and it feels like a small operation. Like it's just it's going on Kickstarter. I just think it's interesting. I don't know how many. I mean, they may sell a load of them with the story, but yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. How many Milton Rums out of 5 are we going to give this one? This is the only independent. Is this the only independent brand we've got tonight?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, no, only one on your list, not on my list. I got another 6. No, I'm kidding. I haven't really got 6, but
so I've listened to some of our podcasts and thought, how do we rate that watch at that level when it's like, obviously we're not going to compare it to some of the independents out there with, they do 10 watches a year or something like that of quality, or Patek even. But for its price, you have, I want to say that it's like what are we giving out of 5? Is it?
Yeah.
Is that So I would say that this, for its price, I'd have to say at least 3.5. If they wanted to charge $5,000, I'd be like, no, it's just like a 2 or something. But I think you've got to base it on the value as well, and I think the value could even be higher for the value. I think it's cool. So is that the way we're going to rate it, or are we just going to rate it for?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that makes
overall
sense.
How are
package?
we rating them?
Taking everything into account.
Taking everything.
Everything into.
It is difficult because I was actually editing a review that Adam Medium Watch did on Rob's good friends from SoCal Labs, and it's a plastic quartz watch, but for quality he'd rated it 100 out of 100. And you do have to kind of look at the watch for what you're paying for it, and you have to take everything into account. But you couldn't just look at one watch that's a $200 watch and then a watch that's $200,000 and apply the same ratings to both of them. You do have to use a bit of common sense. So it's not an easy.
Yeah. It's not easy when you have no common sense. So you're saying we've got no common sense, so we don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
I'm gonna say at least 3.5 for this.
You just said 3 or 3.5,
It's one of
and
those
now you're. So now you're up
it's
at
going
4.
Up now. It's going up as the whiskey kicks in a little bit more. It's going up. In 5 minutes' time, it's at 5, and I'm actually pushing.
You've got the
5.
beer goggles on, pretty much. You're like, this is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm going to marry this watch.
Reading this story, I honestly was like, geez, I'm going to find out. I'm going to look to buy this. I was like, yeah, I don't usually have that reaction. Like, usually I have to think about something for a week or two and let it sit with me. But this was just, it got me straight away.
There you go.
Rob?
Michael from Two A Half Watchmakers was got straight away by this watch. No, there's a few little things that are sort of niggling me. But I like it. I mean, I would give it a. Well, I'd give it. I think I might have I think I have a higher rating system because I'd give it a 3. 3. I was going to give it a 3.5, but there's bezels I prefer. I don't like the big diver dude on the dial. It could be a little bit. It's a bit sort of in your face for me. I like how they've lost the date. That's perfect. The dial is very, very simple, very, classic. The case itself, obviously, it's rock solid. The movement, it's pretty, it's a really run-of-the-mill, cheap option. But, it's kind of like an ETA, isn't it? It's a workhorse. Yeah, I'm going to go...
Yep.
See, I'm going to say 3.5, though. 3.5 for me is kind of low because I've given some watches 4s. I'll say what's 3.5? 70%. Yeah, 3.5.
Yep,
Yeah.
That's good.
I'm not big on lefty watches either. Left hand watches.
I'm not either, really. Like, I don't think I've even tried them. Like, I haven't tried one on. I just, I think it would. I think it would feel. I've wondered that. I think it'd feel nice on the wrist if the crown is out of the way.
Oh, it's fine. I've had Pelagos lefties, but this I don't have them anymore. That's why it's kind of sort of doesn't really. It's a bit impractical if you want to
it just doesn't. You're just not as attracted to them.
No.
Yeah.
The case, that little scallop thing out of the lug, take it or leave it. I think it'd be nice just to have a turtle style case just with the crown at 3. Yeah. It's nice having the old guy there, I suppose. Yeah.
The original one, the case is a bit smaller.
Right.
It's a bit less chunky.
What was the original one at?
I don't know
what
size.
Was the original one, the size?
I don't know the size, but if you go right down to the bottom of the Watches by SGX article, and then it's got for more visit jacquesbianchi.com. You go there and it's got both watches kind of side by side. You can see there's lots more kind of bits on the new case that are just chunkier and a bit more flared out. So it's not exactly the same. I have a question about the bezel as well. Like, I'm not sure what the bezel quality is in terms of the insert on it, but it doesn't look terrible.
Is it ceramic? Must be ceramic, right?
I don't think it is. It
looks like ceramic.
No. For $600,
ceramic is pretty impressive. It's got a sort of a
made in China.
look.
You can get Chinese ceramic. I mean, don't know that it didn't actually say. That
doesn't say. You know the rule, Rob. If they don't say,
yeah, true. Okay, maybe it's aluminium.
And at first as well, I thought the diver on it was too big, but it's true to the original, so I can't really complain about it too much.
Unless you didn't like the original.
Yeah.
I'm giving it extra points for the fact that the new one, the modern one, is better than the original. I can't remember ever seeing that.
I don't know if it is, though. I think the original bezel was better.
$800. It comes out.
Yeah, Aussie dollars is not expensive.
Let's get $3
Australian. Like,
Michael, are you in? Are you in?
This is the new. But I wonder if we can ask him to put, instead of having the diver on the dial, we have the chicken.
We're already working on that.
Dive chicken.
Yeah, okay. Dive chicken.
Did you not hear Sean the book watcher was looking at getting us a custom watch, but it had a chicken in military uniform on it, and the brand we were contacting thought it was insulting to the military because it made military people look like cowards.
Oh,
So they said they wouldn't deal with us.
I didn't hear this. Was this on Slack?
Yeah.
I haven't
I
been
didn't see
following everything on Slack. Yeah. Oh wow.
And Sean had to say, "Listen, I'm ex-military as well. It's not. It's our
not
company
offended by it,
logo
so-
is a chicken. It's not. We're not saying that the military are chickens."
Yep. All right, let's keep moving then.
Okay, Rob, you
No,
can pick the next one.
We've got lots to get through, haven't we?
Let me close that one first.
Yeah, Rob can.
Can I
take
pick one
the
that
next
wasn't on the list? oh, okay. I know you're setting me up here for this Frank Mueller.
Oh, Frank Mueller. Rob picks Frank Mueller. Okay.
Love it. Love these things. It's just an abortion. Can I just close that now? We're done. The scaphandar.
Yeah.
I don't mind the look of
let's-
this.
let's be quick
I'm
with
just
this.
going to say,
Okay, you're the one out. Okay, fine.
for a
Alex
Frank,
loves it. For what?
why has this come up? Sorry.
What's what come up?
What is it?
So the Patronus video just came up on my computer for no reason whatsoever. I have no idea why that came up. Maybe it's because I said I like this. I don't mind this watch. It's a bit different from the other. All the other Frank Millers seem to be very, 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 very similar. This is their attempt. Is this a whole new watch? No.
It was a
Introduce-
couple of years
I
back.
think so.
It says introduced in 2018 but put on hold until recently.
Yeah.
The Scaphander.
It came out as a prototype.
Terrible name, Scaphander.
That's
Scaphander. Weird.
It's either Polish or Eastern European or Estonian or something like that.
I'm
But
going to go
just
for a
means-
toilet break. But before I do, I'm just going to say what I like, and then you can say everything else.
You
Okay.
like something about it?
I don't think I want to hear about this actually, because the only thing I like is the fact that they've got a special system where you can look with the two buttons on the side, where you can actually advance the diving.
Yeah, but it's
in
kind
a
of
bezel.
complicated to use. I like the bright blue one, the bright blue band. That's only because of the color. Alex is
That's how he got us with the G-Shock too, Alex.
Alex is stressing out.
Next we'll be
thinking,
paying for one of these.
Which one's
Let's
bright
move
blue?
on.
All right,
There's no
I'm
bright blue
going
one.
to the toilet. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Genuine.
Fine, we'll shut this one by the time you're gone. I mean, back. No, I don't like it.
I think I like the next one. But anyway, yeah.
Hurry up, Michael. Let's go. Come on.
Back in a minute.
Well, Michael's away. We can talk about the L'Aventure. Did you look at the L'Aventure?
No, I want to talk more about this.
Oh, really?
Is this really so terrible?
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't mind it for a... Remember that Frank Miller we
Sucks.
had on the last episode where it was just all computer-generated stuff?
Yeah.
I had
yeah.
certain pictures the hands were under the dial, other ones were
Yeah,
on
yeah,
top
yeah.
of the... That was terrible.
Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah,
This for... How much is it?
Too much.
14.8 Swiss francs, I think. I don't know.
I do.
I don't think it's terrible, honestly.
I do. That's okay. Okay, keep going. What do you like about it?
Bright colors. It's a bit more kind of futuristic looking. I'm not. What has anyone? It's a shame Michael left because he might have been the person that actually read some of the text
I read
from
it.
this. So how does the diving part?
One of the buttons advances the internal thing for a minute, or if it advances, probably what does it do? Yeah, advances. It's like like instead of having a bezel, which one's one way, it just goes one way, but one of them goes per
so it's
minute.
like a super compressor with that inner rotating bezel, basically.
Exactly. You press the buttons to rotate the bezel. One button says 1 minute, and one's 5 minutes. So go by 5 minute lots and then 1 minute to get the exact. What's the point? And then you lock it, you unlock it. There's just so much that can go wrong with the thing.
Kind of like it.
I freaking hate it.
Actually, now that Rob says it, now that Rob's saying it, I'm like, yeah, it's a bit pointless. Like, I don't.
Let me change that. Sway your
Michael-
opinion.
Michael
Yeah,
didn't like it
I thought
anyway. I like how
had
he's come back and now he's saying he didn't like it in the first place. He just
No,
forgot
but
while he was at the toilet.
I never liked the look of it. I thought it had an interesting system, but now that
Yeah,
I
but
just heard
it's,
Rob saying it's like, yeah, no, it's not. That's not simple enough. Like it's 5 minutes.
exactly. It's
What?
not simple enough for a dive watch, which is supposed to be bomb proof.
And it's supposed to be really legible, and I don't think that's legible. I don't know.
No.
No,
No,
it's
it
not.
is.
Not at all.
Do you like the blue one, Alex?
Shut up, Rob. I don't know. For a Frank Muller, I think
it's good for Frank Muller.
I think it's all right.
Yeah, okay. But
For the
it's not
money
setting
for
the
a
standard
Frank
very high.
Muller, for the way that it has that inner rotating bezel that works like that is a bit different. I think we should give them. The name is terrible. Jesus Christ. I think we need to give them a little bit of encouragement for actually doing something even a tiny bit different.
Well, what's wrong with the name? Doesn't shock me at all. That just means dive suit in some of the language, Eastern European language.
I know, but just it's not a catchy name.
Yeah, but it's Frank Muller. It's not catchy anyway. No one's going to buy the thing except Russians. So who cares? I don't.
This is why we don't chart well in Russia, Rob, or you're anti-Russian.
I'm not anti-Russian.
Do you not think that Frank Muller has had enough time has passed, and enough people have like sort of bagged it over the years that now wearing a Frank Muller, like one of the classic ones, could be like a little bit cool and standing out a little bit from the crowd. Like if you just rocked up with like an original Frank Muller.
It's like you give zero
crazy
fucks.
hours.
You're like, fuck you
like,
guys.
No, fuck you guys. I still think it's awesome. I'm living in like 2000 right now, or the 90s, you know. And like I just think wearing an original Frank Muller now is like actually quite badass. Like, yeah.
I hope you don't have one on when I meet you the first time.
Does it have a
I'll
date?
Slap you.
Does it have a date at 6 o'clock?
Is that what that stupid little aperture is at 6
There's
o'clock?
like this tiny little
10. Yeah, I think it is. It's a 2892, whatever. Is that what the date normally? I think it is. Yeah, it is.
But it's like half a date. You can't.
What?
It's definitely got date.
That.
Hours, minutes, date, and elapsed time. It's just stupid.
There's no point in even having the date there.
But on most of the photographs, you can't even see.
It's all blurry. It's out of focus.
Oh my god.
They photoshopped that bit.
That is insane how small that date is. No, it's not. It can't be a date. Where is
it? Is. It is.
I can't
Trust
even.
me.
I'm going to have to zoom up. What?
Is it? It looks like it says 18.
Freaking is.
Yeah, it is.
On one it says 10.
It's on an angle so you can't see the entire number because it's so deep
really?
under the dial.
Oh, yes. Okay, I get you. So what it says, well, I thought it was 10 is actually the top of an 8. Yep. Yeah. It's like peering through a telescope at the date. Like
God, you need an eyeglass just to see that.
That's bonkers.
Okay, the case and bezel and stuff. What do we think?
They suck.
Yeah.
Okay.
Suck balls.
Look, they come out. They started this tonal thing with their traditional watches. I mean, their first watches back in whenever it was, and that's when it became trendy. And then, then Richard Mille went nuts, and even Hublot had a go. Theirs was more like this, to be honest.
But Cartier really started that shape, didn't
they?
Yeah,
sorry, yeah, Saint-Tropez, yeah, of course. Cartier back in the start of the century, but then after that, these guys were the guys that made it contemporary.
Yeah, exactly.
First,
they were the first to redo that shape.
Yeah, and then they just mucked it up.
Yep. Yeah.
I kind of like it. Sorry.
Okay, you keep talking about. You have a monologue going. I'm going to shut the thing. Okay, can I shut this thing?
Yeah.
Shut the. Okay.
It's interesting that you like it though, Alex. Like it's I thought this was probably one of the worst ones out of the pick, out of a lot of them. But that just shows that watches are a personal taste, aren't they?
I like that you like the Yachtmaster too, so it shows that people are different.
I completely am open to people liking completely different things, and it's not surprising that someone on here could like that because it's all about personal taste. It's not, we can't judge you for it.
I really like the crazy hour. You can, Rob. I really like the crazy hours. So I guess I'm always just on the lookout for a Frank Muller that I have some slight bit of affection towards. The name is what? Go on, Rob.
Yeah, no, the Crazy Hours had those digits, and all the different Frank Mullers, and the Banker and all these different watches had those digits, which were typical Frank Muller numbers. They were kind of a bit weird. And they were cool. You could instantly recognize them. This is just a modern rendition of just mashed up. It's got old style text on the dial. It's got modern numbers. It's just crap.
This doesn't seem like Frank Muller. In fact, as I was reading the article,
it's like Custos.
Twice I had to scroll back up to the top to see which brand it was. I forgot. I kept forgetting as I was reading what brand it was.
What whiskey are you drinking?
Is that Custos brand still around? Let me look it up.
I think it might be.
That was basically their associate. It was Frank Muller's.
I mean, this could be a really cool looking Tissot for like $1,500.
There you go.
But it's not.
Maybe suggest.
I don't hate it. Like I actually don't mind it.
That's okay.
That's okay. That's fine.
We're all different. We're all unique. You're not stupid, just unique. That's what my daughter says. No, you're not stupid. You're just unique.
And who taught her that, Rob? It was you.
I don't know. It wasn't me. She says that to her brother.
I have to check with my brother to see if he likes that watch.
Weird kid.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like I'm dressing up as Charlie Chaplin just now. Michael, can you call me back later, please?
Okay, done. Yeah, okay. Alex likes it. He hasn't got.
I don't mind it.
Yeah. Okay.
After that last Frank Muller, which was an abomination, this one it's not
less of an abomination.
It's not completely offensive to me.
Is it the idea of wearing something different, like a different Frank Muller? Is it the idea, or is there something in particular that gets you with that watch?
It's just so few Frank Mullers do anything for me at all. Most of them are just find really repellent, and this one I feel is more on the right track of something that could be generally appealing to the mass market.
Yeah,
I honestly think it's kind of a good sign. Like, there's people out there who would buy Hublots that would look like this. I'm not saying anybody that we know would buy this stuff, but there's Hublots that look like this. There's Richard Milles that look more a bit like this. There's other. It has the aesthetic of watches that people are more likely to buy rather than just the same old bullshit from Frank Muller, stamp master complications in the back of everything. And not actually have any complications. So I don't know. I think it's a move in the right direction, and they need to do something. Frank Muller, right? How the hell are they still in business apart from?
Don't know.
That's where Rob comes in with
money laundering.
Russians.
Money laundering.
Allegedly, you can say allegedly.
No. Sucks.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay. Next.
What is the next one? I've not got my email.
Next is Oris Holstein.
Yes.
Holstein edition.
Yes.
I'm not excited about this. I think it's a nice looking watch. 5-day power reserve. I like the sort of the monotone color. So it's this is sort of like an Alex watch. Like he wouldn't,
What color is it? Is it pink?
There's some, I don't know. I just think it's a safe watch and it's quite elegant.
Teddy bear on the back.
You've got a date hand instead. It
doesn't got a Negroni.
It's got a bear on the back. What's that again? You guys are more up with Oris.
It's just their flipping
their mascot or something.
Logo.
Yeah. Like it's like our chicken, basically.
Yeah.
Basically. I don't mind the look of it. It's limited edition. It's their new movement in it, right?
Yeah, 5-day power reserve. Yep.
If that was a Patek, they would put 5-day on the dial. More discreet.
You know what? The case is 38 millimeters, which I like. I think that size is just, for me personally, that would be the size I would go for a watch. Like 38 millimeter is good. Yeah, I think, and the price is good too. Like it's good value. Oris is always good value, isn't it?
Yeah. You know what it always worries me about? Well, it doesn't worry me, but I mean, it's when every time I see something, Oris big crown, this big crown, that big crown. Why don't people? And I think someone needs to stick their neck out and do something different here. If you're going to, especially if you're going to make your own movement and it's going to be in big watches, make a bigger stem. There's no point putting a massive big crown and then a little tiny stick, which is 1/2 mil thick, and giving people more leverage to twist the thing off.
You're thinking like a watchmaker now, though.
Well, no. Well, they should have been thinking about that for the last 80 years. I mean, why can't they do it? We're thinking like a watchmaker. Watches are getting bigger. Movements are getting bigger. We don't need a tiny stem.
Yep.
And
it's a really good question. And I'm thinking, is there a reason why?
I've thought about it. It's just because the plates and stuff, the thin, the old movements, extra flat, you couldn't have a big stem. And then since then, we've just stuck with these tiny, skinny stems, and you get bigger and bigger crowns on like this. There's no way you're not going to have a problem with after-sales service people just pulling them off.
Yeah, because if listeners are wondering what we're talking about,
watchers and watchers, Michael,
the talk
and talkers
and watchers, the torque that you can get out of a larger crown if you're removing that crown from the stem, to clean the stem or to do whatever, and
it's not just that though. And as well, people are just putting too much torque into it. And
so are you talking about as a user?
As a user, Michael. You've never seen how many stems are broken just with normal crowns.
Yeah. There's that there as well, I suppose. But that I'm thinking it's secure enough when it's actually on the watch. Like,
yeah, but it's obviously not, because there's some idiots around and they pull it out and they get their fingernail and they got this massive big crown they've got leverage on. And you pull the thing out, my stem come out or whatever. I mean, you could make a 1.5 mil stem rather than a 0.6 mil, whatever they are. What's the square section on a standard winding stem? It's tiny.
We don't even know the stem thickness on this. I love how this is like a brand new movement. Rob's never even seen the movement or the stem. He's like, these bloody short stems, thin stems.
What you don't understand is there's a lot of passion here. So
I know he's had many a bad experience, right? Today
he just had an Oris in and he just broke the stem.
That's when he had to go to the bottle shop. He didn't have enough money to buy his booze. Had to go someplace else. Bought the booze. All fell off the back of his moped.
The day started at 9 a.m. The kids were off at school. He broke a stem by 9:30 and he's like, "Fuck this! I'm going."
Fucking the week is ruined at that point. He's not speaking to his wife. Not speaking to his kids.
My wife's got the flu now, just all of a sudden today. My daughter had the flu and she was off from Friday. All my plans for Friday went down the gurgler. I had no big, long business lunches I was supposed to have.
Oh, really?
I had to look after my daughter all day. Cancelled some lunches, two lunches with two different mates. And she was sick all the way through the weekend, and so we couldn't do much. And I just said, bust this, we're going out for a drive on Saturday anyway and go up the hills. Yeah. She's always whinging and came, go so nice. I'll go up the hills. Oh, my ears are popping. We're going such big mountains here in Perth. Massive big mountains. Oh, my ears are hurting. And come back down again 2 hours later. Oh, my ears are hurting.
Why would you take your ill wife out on a fucking Sunday drive?
I'm not talking about my wife, you're naughty. I'm talking about my daughter.
Oh, okay.
And she just whinges anyway. You can't tell whether it's real or not because she'll just have a bit of a moan. She has an RDO, basically. Every 20 days, she's got to have a day off school. And usually on a Friday. Oh, funny that. Anyway, this time, apparently, she did have a flu. But, anyway. So now,
females are just like winding stems. They're too delicate. They don't make women like they used to. Back in the 60s, women were like a nice thick winding stem. They built them different. They were hardier.
Exactly.
Take a good twisting.
I'm trying to find a
like a military pocket watch.
The typical winding stem, just way too small. Every time I see one, it does my head in.
We gathered that, Rob. We got that.
I've never considered that, and I've got to say I haven't come across too many broken winding stems. And I hear about
for Rolex. They're perfect.
Trip lock, screw down crown on absolutely everything. Yeah. It's normally if you get a broken stem.
Automatic movements at Rolex, yeah.
Normally if you get a broken stem, it's like a huge impact on the crown. That's where I get it from.
Yeah, no. I've seen them. Richard Mille actually have a bigger crown than this. It's got a big rubber thing on the outside, so you've got massive amounts of grip.
Yep.
You can also pull it out and the whole thing. Well, if you give it a bit of a decent yank, it's only got those little collars holding it in between the bridges.
Yeah.
Michael. I'm talking to Mike Watchmaker here.
I mean, fire.
You could make that,
Right.
you could, these days, you can make, even if you're doing an extra flat, which has already been done, you don't need to invent a new extra flat movement. Piaget and all these guys have done them. And even the ETA, they're pretty flat movements.
Mm.
But anything bigger, which is what all the watches are. I mean, hopefully they're going back smaller now. So maybe they've missed the boat. But there's a generation of movements which all had these tiny stems and these massive crowns.
Yep. It's funny. I haven't thought about that though. I'm going to be thinking about that for the next week and looking at different watches. Hey, tell me with the Richard Mille, because most of those movements are skeletonized, and because of that, there has to be a weakening of the movement, the bridges and the main plate and everything.
Yeah.
If have you ever seen a movement damaged, like the movement actually distorted? No. They're just designed well enough that. Yeah.
I mean, they don't take that much meat out. I think there's a lot less meat on a Piaget skeleton or something else. The RM ones. I mean, the only problem with distortion with those, and the case is pretty solid anyway. You'd get the crystal, the sapphire dial flexing and breaking.
Okay.
That'd be the only thing you'd have any flex problem with.
They're not going for thinness anyway, are they? They're not like trying to make it thin, so they don't.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Even their thin ones, what they call a thin watch, it's still pretty solid compared to a Patek or a JLC Patek AP skeletonized watch.
So they make up for it with the thickness anyway, I suppose. So.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And that the case construction is quite solid.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Good question, Michael.
Good question. Yeah,
Thank you.
Good.
So we want to move on to the next one.
Yeah, big crown on the dial. They shouldn't have big.
I don't like a pointer date. I don't know what it is.
I do. You know why? And I like what. Sorry, why don't you like it?
No. I just don't. It's not my preferred.
Well, I didn't.
It's too confusing for me.
I love it.
I like it but then I was a bit like you. I didn't like the ones where they had the crescent around the date.
Yeah.
Some brands, and then I read this guy's article and I thought, stuff. I'd never thought of that. Where he says, the point of that complication is we go, what do you say? It's an old-fashioned complication. It always feels right. I don't know. Hang on. No. Oh, yeah. Further down.
Is it to do with the dial balance?
No. Hand.
No.
Here we go.
This is always a remarkably intuitive way to read the date, as you also, at a glance, get a sense of how deep into a month you are. Which is a brilliant. I never looked at it like that. Because you look at a date window, you got no clue. You got to, for a start, you got to get your binoculars to see the things, and then this, you just glance at it. I'm only a week into the month or 2 weeks. I'm halfway through the month already. I'm getting towards the end of the month.
Yep,
it's great.
It's an interesting observation actually.
Yeah, I thought that before.
If you look at some of the old Daniels pocket watches with the retrograde calendar as as
yes, exactly.
And it's
that's what I was thinking, Michael.
It's a real gauge of how far through the month you are.
Yep. So I like that now.
I do like this because when you don't have a date window, the dial is so much more balanced. Yeah. You can make a design and say that it doesn't matter where you put the date because it's just another hand there. I've always liked this sort of complication. In fact, I wish Rolex would bring out and they don't usually do re-releases.
They
but
used to,
cool.
It'd
be cool if they had like the triple calendar with the hand for the date, or something like that, like a moon phase with it'd be cool if they did that.
Wait a minute, I'm just looking at the little date on my computer screen here. It says the 22nd, but I have no idea how deep into the month I am. I'm at the start.
It's a feeling.
It's a glance, Alex.
When you look at a number, you don't necessarily get the same feeling of how far into the month you are.
It's disorientating, Michael. I agree.
I know you think that we're just not good at maths, and it's like, well, if you're on the 15th, you must be halfway through the month. It's not that. It's the feeling that it's a gauge more so.
And you don't have to look at the number. You just look at the needle, the needle, l'aiguille, and you just see, okay, that's I've got that much of the month left, roughly, approximately.
What do we think about the size of the sub-seconds?
Quite small, isn't it?
It's quite small. I don't mind it
watch
that
is quite
much.
small, isn't it? Did you say it was 38?
38 mil. Yeah. The watch doesn't excite me. It doesn't. There's nothing that excites me. I just think it's a nice looking watch. It's a decent watch, good, well priced. There's nothing that stands out. Like there's no real character that says, "Oh yeah, I'd love to buy that one." It's just a nice watch.
I think our hand's too short.
Nothing against it. Yeah, our hand's too short. Yeah.
or something. Would that be maybe it's okay for 12 and 10? I guess maybe it's hard to do it perfect. I don't know. It doesn't excite me either. It doesn't grab me by the short and curlies, but the whole it's a bit monochrome, a bit boring.
Is the crown really that big?
No, that's the thing. Because it's a small watch, now that I've had this big rant about crowns, it's maybe not that big, but on the big pilots, the big Oris watches with the big crowns, the big pilots, it's quite a big crown. And I'm not just talking about this in general, but I mean they got it on the dial to make sure you don't forget it's a big crown. Maybe it's proportional.
Well, do we know how big the crown is?
I don't know. I didn't measure it. Hang on, let me get my micrometer out.
Maybe it's like me. Once you meet it in person, you're like, oh, it's not as small as I thought it was going to be. Like when Michael met me.
When he meets me, he's going to say, oh, he's a pygmy. Yeah. No, the crown's probably not too bad on this one. I think it looks okay.
I'd be interested to see how big the actual crown is.
Interested. When you start saying that, Michael,
I don't think he even slurred at all there.
No, I think it's my internet connection. Actually,
I'm making it up. I'm just giving it a poke, trying to get him over the towards the edge.
Okay.
I'd be interested too.
Next.
So, okay,
let's
boom.
go to Zenith.
This for me, this Zenith is. Oh, sorry, you go.
I'm going to say, in general, I like it. In fact, I almost bought when I was deciding between the manufacturer edition and the Shadow.
Really?
Which has got a black dial. It's black, like titanium case, sandblasted case. I almost got the Shadow. I was like so close to it. And the only reason I got the manufacturer edition because I helped promote it. Otherwise, I was like, I'm getting this. I'm getting the Shadow. I thought the black.
Really?
Yep. And this one, the green, I think is really cool. It's got like a textured green dial. What I don't like, there's one thing that I can pick on it, is they've got a faux patina loom on it.
Yeah.
Why? It's like a modern take on a watch. It's not even a re-release.
Does it not kind of fit better with the color of the dial though?
Maybe.
Like if it was bright white?
Yeah, maybe that's what I thought. Maybe when they tested it with just white and it was just too contrasting. Maybe they thought that a little bit warmer loom would work. Maybe that's it. That could be it. But I just thought they don't need maybe that color works with the green.
I like the case finish on it. It's the same as the one that our friend South Slopes got, right? Yes. Is that the one you're talking about? Which he's taken some great shots of his one, and the case finish on it just looks really, really great.
Is that finished?
Is what?
The one that I sandblasted or my dad sandblasted, or is that something else?
Oh, no, the Legend Diver you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we still need to do the case back.
Okay, yeah, because that's the way the case worked out, wasn't it? When
it looks great.
It looks the same as this.
Yeah.
Is that how the originals were, though?
No.
Like, the reason I bought the 384 is because it was a brushed steel one. It looked beautiful, and they had standard colors. This is what's the story with this green crap? And it's jungle. I mean, it's safari again. They're just getting on the bandwagon.
They are. They're getting on the green bandwagon this year.
It's only 9,000 US. Is that not kind of half decent?
Is that similar to? That must be similar to my Alfa Romero. I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I just don't the whole green thing.
I love
that date disc being that color, being the same color. That's cool.
That is very cool. They've matched that. Yeah, because not many watch companies actually bother going to that level of just changing the color of the date disc.
I know. I don't know why they don't. It's such an easy win.
9,000. Aussie's 12.2.
Yeah. Okay. So it's close because I paid like 12.8 for mine. So yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't mind this. I think it's kind of. I know the green's the color of the moment, but I like this. This is my preferred case shape. I think it's cool. A Zenith El Primero. I think it's
case shape's good. Cool. It's just the colors are all wrong for me. I mean, I don't mind that color. I like green in general, but it's a bit sort of I guess it's better than that Breitling freaking pistachio, whatever they called it. But it's still safari. Yeah, well, it's kind of been done. It's a great contrast. as you said, the 14er, I think it looks decent on that with that green. But I think I'd have to see that in there. I've never seen it in real life. Maybe the green's a bit nicer.
When they first came out with the shadow, I think it was like a black dial as well, and it was just too much. It was too much black.
Yeah, I reckon it's too black. But
this I would buy over the first one.
Yeah, but you're going to go to the jungle with a watch like this on? What's with?
I would just
need a camouflage watch.
The thing is, this looks cool without being too colourful. Yeah. Like there's some watches that you like that's too colourful. That's like a really muted sort of color, isn't
Blue.
it?
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the original Shadow, you look at it, it's quite nice. It's like a black dial, and the case isn't as dark. It's like a grey case. So
yeah. Okay.
It looks good too. Like there's a reason why I like that and was close to getting it. But I think this green just works. I would get this. Yeah, I'd buy this.
Yep. What is with the whole safari thing? Why is this a thing that lots of different brands tend to be doing now?
It's a way of getting on board the green. It's an easy thing. Just cool.
What's the safari? Is it like going on safari is cool or something? Like,
the green, the AP had a safari 30 years ago, and it was like a brown and what was it? Brown and whatever it was. Mm-hmm. You know, it was a cool watch. Brown and navy. You know, it was nothing. They call that safari, but it's just What's a safari got to do with it? That's what I'm saying.
It's green. It's more like jungle, isn't it?
Even, I don't know, there's lots of people doing safari mods to their Porsches and stuff like that as well. So maybe it's just that whole kind of bandwagon as well. Just safari is a cool thing to call whatever you're making. So
maybe we just don't get it.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're too old or too young or something.
Yeah, there's kids out there listening, if they're bothering listening, but just like, you guys, seriously,
no
you just don't get it. Safari? Don't you get safari? Like, seriously? Yeah. I like it anyway. That's two likes, one non-like on this one, yeah?
Not a massive. I still prefer the old.
Rob's on a like hate rampage. He's still upset about the stems.
Have you opened the rum?
Not tonight. I haven't finished my nice Madeira splice. It's going down a treat, I must say. But maybe the sugar's getting me worked up or something.
Yeah.
Can we do the Breguet in titanium next?
Let's go for it. Okay. So, who wants to go first?
I'll go last.
Not normally a huge Breguet. I'm not a huge Breguet fan, as people know, but Breguet Marine as well. Not normally a huge fan, but the fact they're doing something in titanium is kind of exciting a little bit. The Chrono one doesn't really do it for me. And even I heard the guys in the Scottish Watches, not to talk about them too much, but I heard them complaining about the numerals on it and saying they were a bit fucked up.
Yeah, exactly. That's for me. That punched me in the face as soon as I opened one of these pictures. I thought, you're flipping joking. What a
They're just like weird little shapes.
I opened one of these things.
Like from a distance, they don't look like there's any.
They look flipping. Yeah. I was going to say no.
I can't tell that they're not numerals even from a distance, and that little and the dial isn't really balanced because of the.
Not really balanced. It's just
different sized.
Killed, and they got the date plus those oversized counters. Yeah, it's just wrong.
I like the hands on it.
I freaking hate them.
I tell you what, this is an episode where we're going to disagree about a lot of things because I don't think the hands match. First of all, the hands look like they should be on. I don't know what they look like should be on, but
space is out of I don't know.
I've never agreed with the Breguet Marine line, the product of the Marine, because I'm more of a traditional sort of. I like traditional stuff, and I could look at the Marine and never think Breguet.
Yeah.
I always...
Especially when they start gear charging the dial and stuff. It doesn't really...
There's a certain design that Breguet...
gear charging? Is that a word?
Gear charge, yeah.
You've used it before, so I hope so.
Using gear charge on the dial, not a gear charging... Yeah, anyway. I agree. It's just
Yeah.
there's different touches. They're trying to make it stylish and classy, but it's a marine. It's supposed to be a dive. It's a mixture of the freaking rubber straps and
It's too funky. It's too funky for Brio.
those hands are just crap. They remind me of the old Borma Mercier emblem. You know, the circle with the square and the middle beater or whatever it is. I don't know what it is, but I like the old classic Brego hands, like a Brego hand.
Yeah.
Nice, and even the modern one like Gary uses. But these things here, it's just a hodgepodge of a.
It's weird, isn't it?
And
It's a weird shape. Even there's no.
It's a weird shape.
They haven't. It's as if they've said, we know people like things like in a symmetric sort of everything symmetric. We're going to go the opposite way.
Yeah,
in fact,
exactly.
The numerals, we're not even going to.
Oh, the numerals are just nuts.
We're just going to have them as big blobs on the dial.
Yeah,
Like
half.
from
Yeah,
distance.
exactly.
They just look like weird
5-year-old
shapes.
Drew them.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then they stuck them on there, and it's just
Yeah,
a
I don't get it. at all.
coin edge
But we're
case
old.
anyway.
Maybe
I'm
they're
not a
going
coin
for maybe they're going for the teens and the 20s. I don't know.
I don't know what they're going for. They missed their mark wherever it is. I think.
If listeners and watchers can just contact Rob and just let us know what you think, or Alex.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to know.
Don't contact me. I'm fine, thank you. I don't mind. I don't mind the hands. The hour and the minute hands don't match together with the second hand, but I think I don't mind the design of the hands, but they just don't match with anything else. There's just everything is kind of conflicting with each other on this.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it
I
just.
don't know what they're thinking.
I don't understand how you don't like. I'm all about personal taste and respecting people's taste, but
However,
I'm just wondering, color blindness, does it also affect the way shapes are? because that shape at the end of those hands is weird.
I don't know why it reminds me of.
It doesn't work, Alex. Just to face it, doesn't work.
There's an old Breitling Super Ocean, really kind of unusual. I need to see if I can find this now.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And it's probably one of the coolest.
Yeah. Okay.
Breitlings that you can, vintage Breitlings anyway. I don't know. I remember
This might
looking
be
at
cool
them.
in 30 or 40 years then.
Is it vintage?
It's a vintage one. They with the new Super Ocean, they tried to get some of that, but they wimped out and dulled all the design cues right down. But
Except that old coloured one. That coloured one with all the different colours didn't have those weird hands on that one.
Oh, the rainbowy one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Anyway.
I think I know what you're talking about, Alex. The vintage Super Oceans with like.
Okay, it's more the hour markers. Okay, so if you Google Breitling
yes.
Super Ocean vintage,
Yeah. It's got like line through it with a big. Blob.
yeah, and I thought that I mean to me that's one of the that colourful one. They tried to kind of do it, but they boxed everything up a little bit. They made it a bit more kind of blocky.
But I don't mind that.
The original one, I think, was such a good looking, a really good looking watch. But again, that all kind of worked together, whereas the hands on this, they don't coexist with the rest of the watch.
Plus, is one side of the circle, the little circles on the hands?
Yeah, one's bigger. Well, it looks bigger anyway.
On one side, say, look at the hour hand, is one side bigger than the other?
It definitely is bigger. And I think they mention it somewhere.
Or maybe it's just like,
terrible.
did they just stick it on crooked or something?
No, it's
It's one piece, isn't it?
too many juxtapositions.
Yeah. It maybe it's an optical illusion.
I can't believe I'm defending Breggy here.
I know.
Like, what is
And
going on?
Not only that, Brego Marine.
Brett, I know. I still never know who buys these. Who is this watch for, Rob?
Who is this watch for?
The same people that buy the fucking Frank Mullers because
I
they're just
think,
like, you know what?
Michael, I think they're actually, I think they're symmetrical. On one of those photos, the one where the 12 o'clock's at the left, when you can see that at a certain angle, they look perfectly symmetrical. I think it's just the light and everything else and different angles. It looks weird.
It's an optical illusion.
Having said that, I still don't like it. And the numbers, the using that sort of those weird number things and going from like between the 1 and the 2 and the 5, for example, and the 6, it's just dopey. It's just look at something out of a cartoon.
Yeah.
the index numbers, and they're sort
Rob,
of cut off.
If you scroll down, there's a closer up shot on an angle of those hands.
Yeah.
And there's no way they're centered. If they are, this is.
But look at the grey one. Look at the grey one.
There's no way.
No, I think it is.
It's the gold
shadow.
It's the gold shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out. Go to some of the larger ones. Go to the.
Are you colorblind?
So if you're looking at the picture, right at the bottom, you got the picture of the movement. Then you go up to one, and you'll see it a little bit to the one from the bottom, and then you go up to the next one, and it's like no way.
Yeah, the blue one.
No, even the second from the movement, then the second one up from the movement.
Yep. And the gold with the black dial.
Keep up to the grey one. Go up to the grey one and zoom in. The grey one with the 12 at left.
Yeah, that one's different though.
No, it's not different. It's the same hands.
These are all handmade by artisans at the Breguet factory in China. Like, they're not all exactly the same. That's what you get when you buy a handmade watch.
That's weird. Because the grey one looks like they're symmetrical.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of, yeah.
I know what you mean, Michael, though. Some of them, the lighting looks perfect on some of them, and then it still looks uneven. But are those... Yeah.
It's light.
This is a problem. If I had this watch, I'd be looking at these hands for fucking ever trying to figure out what's going on.
I'd be changing them.
I couldn't. I'd be trying to shave a little bit off the bigger one, the bigger side.
Yeah. Nah.
Next.
Have you ever met anybody with a Breguet? I know Roman's got a Breguet pocket watch, but do we know anyone that actually has a Breguet watch?
I got a mate, has one in Jersey, UK, being Geneva. But it's a light blue, a pale blue, and beautiful. It's one of those octo, what do they call them? Like chimes and stuff. It's a cool watch, but it's kind of a one-off thing.
Right. Yeah, no, I don't know anyone with them.
Nicely finished.
I've always admired them. Whenever I've gone through like Singapore airport, I've tried a few on, just the classic design ones. I think the design is...
some of them are nice.
Yeah.
But still.
Yep.
I'm going to close this tab, sorry.
Yeah. What do we get
Rob,
next?
why don't you pick one, Rob, you miserable git?
Okay. Okay, the Bomber Messier.
There isn't a Bomber Messier.
I know. I opened it when I was looking at the symbol, and then I found another one called the Baum 10653. It's made out of skateboard. It's brilliant. So you go to limited editions under Bomber Messier, you'll find just go Baum 10653. It's a skate, and I think this is what the finish those people are looking for, or what we thought would have been good on that Citizen subdial we didn't like.
Wait a minute, what am I looking up? Bomb what?
10653.
Wow.
It's called the Baum Skate, and it's actually got a wooden case like a skateboard.
That's funky as.
It's funky, I know, yeah. And the dial is kind of that like grippy stuff like a skateboard deck.
Oh, really? It looks. I thought I was looking at like granite or something, but it's like
that's what I think. It looks like a tire road, which is what we thought should have been. They should have been trying to get on some other watches. We talked about that. We were talking about it months ago. Funky.
Oh God, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Is that the tag?
Yeah, it was a tag, and the Citizen we're talking about. Yeah,
tag Porsche
exactly.
One. Yeah.
Who is it made for?
This.
Yeah.
Some skater dude.
Aurelia
Giraud. No,
Giraud.
Hang on, I can't see. Aurélien Giraud.
It's crazy. It's actually. I don't mind it.
I was about to say the same thing. I don't mind it actually.
Yeah.
Again, for a bomb, where normally you're like, what? But this one-handed as well.
It's got the other hand. I think the whole dial might turn.
The whole dial. So the bomb actually moves around.
I thought that was the date. I was looking at the bomb. I thought that was the date window, and I was thinking, how can I gauge at what stage of the month I'm at? Where it just says bomb. This is even more. This is even worse than when it just says the 10th.
He's a big French skateboarder. I guess he's been across there and done a deal. So
I like this.
It's
I
funky,
like
isn't
the
it?
fact that disc spins around. Like if you're changing the
Yeah.
time as well, that'll
I don't know how long it'll last for if you leave it in the rain or anything with a wooden sort of case, but
yeah,
yeah. Anyway, it's a bit funky.
it is.
But
How much is it?
No, I don't have a clue. Shot by phone. Doesn't say. But see the Baum logo. That's what that burger reminded me of. That's why I came onto this.
Ah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I don't mind this.
It's good, isn't it?
I think it's good.
I wonder how much it is.
Well done, Rob.
Yeah, just
Well done.
Yeah, at least I got something interesting.
Well, Alex just put a whole list together, and Rob just comes in with this random one.
It's a good one. I don't. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm glad you approved.
Wait a minute. It's got that same issue that Ming had.
Hang on. Oh, yeah, well, okay. But it's a cheap watch.
Yeah.
It's got a hole in the middle.
You don't even know how much it cost.
It's not going to be that expensive. Jeez. It's a skater's watch.
I think you'd be surprised.
Oh, okay. A guess then. Come on, how much?
$48,000.
What are you smoking?
48.
It's made out of an old skateboard. Crikey.
Upcycled stuff, it doesn't work like that. You think it's all recycled, but actually it just makes it more expensive.
Yeah, because they took like 20 skateboards to get it right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think this is
Very
cool. I
much.
think this is really cool.
really cool, isn't it?
And the dial isn't like that stinking tag where it just they tried to make it look like asphalt. It actually has a lot more texture and stuff going on with it.
Yes.
I think it's a cool design.
It's definitely by far the coolest watch you looked at tonight. Let's face it.
Who
I think-
designed that? Oh, there
I
has to
think
be a name behind the design.
Roman would buy one of these.
Yeah.
It's a bit MIH-ish. It's a bit.
I
sort
think
of
Sean
modern.
would
It's a
buy
bit-
one of these too.
We
Yeah,
talked
maybe.
about it now, so I don't know if you can still buy them. I assume you can.
Shout out to Sean, the book watcher. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
a watch for you. He because he's got a skateboard too. He loves skateboarding.
Oh, there you
It's an electric skateboard though. He's lazy.
go. Can't find a price.
This one's got Sean written all over it, except it says Born, not Sean. He needs to get one that says Sean.
He'll send it to you. You can fix it for him.
Yeah, we could do that.
Is it limited edition?
I think so. I'm not sure. How much is Bom Orleans special edition? Oh, it's got a slate of movement, so it's not going to be like a 42,
So you're saying less than $48,000, Rob? Is that what you're saying?
42 mil case. Didn't say the price.
It's 42 mil.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that's not for Sean then. He doesn't like big watches.
Okay, maybe not.
Have to be someone named Born.
Honestly, I think this is pretty cool.
So do I.
Yeah.
That's
I
why
would
wanted
wear
to bring it
this.
to your attention. Yeah. Yeah, I can't find the price. I'm interested in the price now, but it can't be that much. Anyway,
Surely we.
2,250
euro.
SGD. Rob,
Oh,
get on it.
Sorry,
What is that?
Rob, get on it.
Singapore.
Singapore.
But I mean, I was thinking since cigars. Yeah, okay. Well, there's not much, is it?
Bargain.
Bargain basement, mate. Yeah.
Okay.
I've got to say, I'm in love with this watch.
I like
Goodbye.
it.
Oh dear, it's gonna be our next. It's the next. What's that? What you got? You bought that Russian one?
It could be just a shitter
Calibrica.
talk. It could be
Next
just a
Calibrica.
it could be just a shitter talking, Rob. But yeah,
They've done the thing where they've got the display case back, but they've got text over
Yeah,
the display, which I know Michael hates.
No,
and
but
I
Yeah,
don't
but it's just a
know.
signature, though. I mean, it's
Yeah.
just a signature. That doesn't bother me as much.
I think it's cool. Yeah, I think it's cool that it's.
Michael thinks it's cool.
Yep.
It's got the cool factor, the cool rating. It's on the cool wall.
This is
Yeah.
when Michael starts talking about how he almost went pro as a skateboarder. He's like, if I hadn't almost gone pro as a basketballer, this was going to be my next career.
I would have almost gone pro as a skateboarder. Skater.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I used to love skateboarding, but
See, I told you it was coming on.
so yeah, so it was 1985, and
It's like a Rob story.
Hey, the crown. I didn't even notice the crown. It's in black. It's at 12 o'clock. On
Yeah.
top of the flipping thing. I didn't even notice that.
Didn't even notice it either.
Big crown. Pull it out. Boom. Busted. Um,
The case is almost like one of those Tissot.
The crown blends in,
Ones.
doesn't it? Really
It
well.
does.
Because of the strap, yeah.
I didn't realize that the lugs, the wild, whatever they're actually higher at 12 o'clock because of that crown. It does look a bit like a Tissot. Looks a bit like a it's got Seven Friday. I've used a wooden dress ring around the outside of their watches for a skateboard one too. I think actually it's not the first guys that done it.
And they've got
Anyway,
like the blue. They've got like blue. Is it a blue seal?
Seal?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a seal?
Yeah.
That they've used for the glass, the back, and
Oh.
the front.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
I don't know why more people don't do that.
Yeah,
I know there's
exactly.
this whole thing you want to match the color of the dial, but it's a nice kind of a cheap way to add like a pop of color. I don't understand why more brands don't do that.
It depends on the style of watch. Obviously, if it's a more traditional watch,
Yeah.
you don't want that. But yeah, something like this is just that works.
I've always asked myself why people don't use more blue jewels, but that's a bigger
Yes.
deal. You know, it's more expensive. I guess you got to make.
How
it a
much
lot
more expensive though?
Approximately. Yeah, I don't know. I'd be making
Because honestly, jewels don't cost that much.
no, not that much because they make millions of them. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's a scale thing.
I've-
So if you
I've-
have
I've
to make a
wondered that
million
too.
blue ones to make it cheap.
I've actually wondered that too because they can make so many. Like blue would be a cool
It
color.
has been done.
Red pops. Red really
Benzinger
does.
used blue ones at one point, or clear ones and blue ones. But I mean, I
Yeah.
think it cost. Well, I don't know. It probably cost a bit more. Don't know.
Blue jewels mixed in with blued screws could be something really cooler, though. Actually, couldn't it?
Yeah,
You might get a clash.
I've thought about using blue jewels before and just looking into it. It's just, I think it's a cool idea. But
Well, green, make them emerald looking. That'd be cool too.
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
a lot of people use clear ones. Richard Miller used clear ones on a few models, but
Yep.
now that blued hand, I mean not blued, the blue paint. It looks like my Pelagos hand been just dipped in blue. It's quite cool.
Where did you find this one from, Rob?
I went on the Baumermeister site to check their logo because the hands on that brick reminded me of their dodgy logo. And then I looked at limited editions and this popped up. Oh, that's cool.
I can't. It's funny. We all of us can't go past this. We're not closing the window.
We're not, are we?
We are the podcast equivalent of when people go onto YouTube and then just 4 hours later they're like, how did I end up watching this thing about like doped up Russian gymnasts when I started off looking at something completely different? That's exactly it. Rob's like, the text looks a bit like, oh, we're going to go, okay, now we're looking at skating and Michael's talking about his pro skating career.
But hey, that's what we're all about. You know,
This-
keeping it
this-
real, keeping it all over the place.
This watch is very original. I can say that, and it's got us not closing the window and saying next. We just keep looking at it.
I'm about to though. I just
Why don't you, before you do that, we just push add to bag and then close the window.
you got to ring them to order it. You can't just even order it online.
They
You
must
gotta
all
ring
be
'em up.
sold out. This is, I
I'd
take
say
this
it'd be
over
sold out.
the what's the guy Steve Aoki watch we're talking about. I take this over that one,
Oh yeah, yeah.
the Bulgari.
Sure. Yep. Yup.
Beautiful.
Nice. Thanks for that, Alex.
Yeah, well
Thanks
done,
for bringing
Rob.
it to attention. Yeah, good.
Honestly, he did well there. That's
He
a
does.
great
He
one.
pulls out of the bag every now and again. Yeah,
Yep.
you're like, that's why he's on here.
Yep.
That's it. That's the only reason I'm on.
Okay,
Once
Rob,
a month.
what else have you got that's not on the list of stuff I sent you?
Taste just gravitates towards Rob.
I got the new Love on Chill with a gold dial. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I have.
Beautiful. Oh, I sent you the link, didn't I?
You did. You said, let's definitely talk about this.
Well, you didn't have to. I didn't think you were going to.
I like their watches. I remember when we had what's his face on Horophile.
Possibly.
He was talking about them
Yeah.
a
Okay.
lot.
Oh yeah. No, yeah, horrifying. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was buying like
Yes.
two at a time or something.
Yes.
I'm not like I like the dial. I'm not sure how I feel about a gold dial. Like it's one of these things that I'm like on a steel watch.
I like it.
It looks great, but I don't know why
Yeah.
it's gold.
Well, I think it keeps it glow. It's going to have that look well until it tarnishes. But I mean, I think it definitely gives a different look. It catches the light way different. The only thing I don't like is the 750 thing and having all that laser engraved. You know, a hallmark's supposed to be stamped. I mean, maybe it was too hard, would have distorted the disc or whatever, but I think I would have preferred that, an actual little stamp. If you'd made up, it could have been much more expensive, I guess, to make up would have been, because
they never had stamps on the old Swiss. What was the 0 or the OT on the dial down the bottom? Remember when they went through a period of everything was made of gold, the dial, the hands.
Exactly.
Sigma.
Sure.
That was it. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, there was no hallmarks on those ones.
No, but on the back of the cases it always was with a gold case.
Yeah, but this is obviously a point of difference for them. That are like, we're gonna laser engrave this one. It is kind. I think lots of people would actually kind of dig that.
Oh,
it's not for me, but
on their Patrimon. Remember their PT 950s? That was, for me, that was a bit of a pose, because there's no, I've got a platinum dial, big deal. But I mean, it's just that the whole thing being engraved, for me, just it defeats the purpose of having a hallmark. It's supposed to be stamped on, ding, with a hammer.
What are we talking about here? Like,
you're like our listeners. We don't have no clue what we're talking about usually.
I'm jealous of Michael. That's so great to be actually on the podcast and still not know what we're talking about.
I'm actually on the podcast, and I'm like, I'm sitting here thinking, what are the listeners wondering? What are we talking about here? Like, you're talking about platinum dials, right?
Lavin, did Michael? Hey, Rob, did you send Michael the link for this one? No, you probably just sent it to me. Okay.
You know the new you know the Yachtmaster. There's a Yachtmaster.
God. Yeah.
Platinum dial.
Subject.
The whole dial was platinum. Made solid platinum.
Yeah. Well, so was the one with Vacheron Constantin.
Yeah, that's right. It's like a frosted finish as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful dial. Beautiful. Yeah. But that's what the thing about these metal dials. If they're raw metal, especially gold, it just catches the light so different. I don't know what the writing's like on this. So I'm imagining, having seen the other L'Aventures, this must be stunning watching the metal. And it's
L'Aventure Marine 2, is that the one?
Yep. Yeah, that's the one.
Yes.
There's lots more laser engraving of hallmarks and stuff on watches. Even I've seen some Tissot.
Is there?
Okay. Tissot Gentleman that has a gold bezel and it's laser engraved on it. But the thing is, when you're, like you said, if you're dealing with such thin, and from the pictures and the video, the dial doesn't look that thin. It looks like it's a substantial thickness.
Exactly.
But
I wonder if they give a bit of weight.
You still can't probably
not put a stamp on it.
How much was this one?
It's for 3.8 Swiss. So let me just tick in. I didn't work it out. It wouldn't be. I mean, I think it's relatively good.
I like this, and I don't think there's a problem with. I don't mind putting the gold to show that it's a gold dial.
No,
I actually questioned, because it was funny when I was in Geneva one year, and I actually questioned them at the factory and said, why? Because some of the dials, say you'd have a Daytona reference.
Yeah.
Let's just say it's a white gold Daytona. Some of the dials would be base made out of brass, and some of them would be solid gold.
Most of them are brass, wouldn't they be?
Most of them. But then occasionally there'd be a certain color, like a blue dial would be, and they'd have it in solid gold, but they wouldn't advertise it. They wouldn't say it. I'm like, why? And I actually asked the question, why is it gold? And is it to do with something because of the color they're using? Do they need to use gold? And they couldn't answer it. They actually,
Yeah.
I just think it's I think it's okay to actually advertise it. The dial is made out of a certain precious metal, if it is. I like the shape of the case.
Oh, the shape of the case is beautiful. That's what the very first one he did. They took a bit longer to sell the first ones because they hadn't taken off the brand. But then everyone was asking, after the Diver, the last Marine, everyone was asking for the same one again, a flat bezel.
It looks a lot like a Nautilus.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. The styling cues, and especially with those, that lug, that thing on the other side of the crown.
Yep.
And then he came out with that steel bracelet, which he didn't have until the last model. Actually, this is the first full model release with that. No, sorry, had it on the last model. I mean, that's $5,000, 5.7, which is up there. The last Lavanches I sold, they were 3.6. They're still basic steel ones, but I mean these prices have gone up anyway. They're just taken up. The brand's done so well, and he just sells them out.
Like that price looks. This watch for that price looks like it's good value. Like it looks like.
As I said, I think in the metal it would be
more.
awesome. Yeah.
Yep.
They're all sold out, so there's none available of any of their watches. So is it all super limited? It is all super limited, isn't it? Everything they do is
there's 100 of these,
50 pieces or 100 pieces, right?
But he brings them out now. He does sort of similar thing to Ming and that Japanese guy. He just opens it up, and then in 24 hours, the last lot in 24 hours they're all gone.
But it's not super hyped up yet, which I like. It's not,
and it's just got a 40 mil case diameter. Like it's still quite slim and
perfect size. Awesome size.
Great size.
What was the ones you had with you when for Rob Fest 1?
Yeah, that was they were the
was it on rubber?
They were on leather.
Okay.
Exactly the same case. So the leather had a cutout thing, and then they came with a rubber strap as well. They come with 2 different rubber size rubber straps and the leather strap. And then after that, he made this steel bracelet for those, but he was thinking ahead and doing it for this model, I assume.
But it was a rotating bezel, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but the very first one he did was the marine, and
Yeah.
it was like this with different color dials. Yeah.
No, they're cool. They're cool watches, definitely
Very
for
cool
the money
watches.
as well.
Very
I
cool.
thought they were great.
Yeah, I wish. It's just a pity that now they've gone so well that he doesn't need people like me to sell them.
I know, that's what I'm waiting for when I start doing so well with Fifth Rest, and I don't need any of you guys. I can just go it
Okay.
alone.
That's okay. We'll go and start off our own thing, won't we, Michael?
I'll receive a phone call from you and be just like, fuck.
I'll get Charith to call you.
Bye.
You'll know. I'll come on. I'll FaceTime you. I'll have my Hermes tie on.
Yeah.
We should have had our ties on.
I thought about that before. Thank you again, Rob. I actually thought about tying it and actually just coming onto the screen, just popping
Should
up
have.
and just having the tie around my head.
I'm disappointed.
Yeah. It's
Why was I upgraded to Doctor on the
What?
on the package you sent me? Why did it say Doctor Alexander?
Did I put
Coleman?
Doctor?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just one of those things. I was typing in.
I was
something,
like, there must be some in joke that I'm not up to.
He was a
speed
couple
with.
of drinks in.
You'll
Yeah.
get it one day. You'll get it one day.
I love mine. My dad and my brother, when it turned up at Woods Jewelers, my dad and my brother were like, they didn't know who it was from first. They just called me and told me there was a package. And they said, who would put that on there? Like, and that, because they thought there was a watch in there. And I thought, they've actually put Rolex on the packet. Who?
Oh, whoops! I didn't think of
I
that.
said, guys, don't worry, it's not a watch. This guy doesn't even care if this tie goes missing. Like, they're like, oh, it's a tie. Okay. They were actually sitting there talking. Like before I got to the shop, they were like, who the fuck would even do this? Like,
The listeners and the watchers have no clue what you're talking about. But
How
it's okay.
great
We don't want them to
would
know.
that have been if the package had actually gone missing, and then just a couple of weeks later you see the mailman, he's got his Hermes tie on. Shit, I thought I was going to get a Rolex.
so for the listeners and the watchers,
Don't worry about it. No,
It was a Hermes tie sent by Rob, and the package had Michael Woods, Mr. Rolex 4130, Woods Jewelers.
I couldn't think of the movement. Was that the right movement? The
That's
one,
the right
one you keep
movement.
banging on about?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
perfect.
Good.
It was perfect. I actually want to keep it as a memento. Like,
I kept mine, yeah.
I want to set
I keep
framed
all
up there
my,
behind you.
Yeah, I
Remember
keep all
that?
my packaging that
Those
Rob
cupboards.
sends me.
you've got a room just for the packaging.
Yeah.
I didn't put Earl of Bothwell, did I? Did
Yeah,
I?
you had 16th Earl. I had
Oh, as well.
Dr. Alexander Colvin, the Podfather, 16th Earl of Bothwell. Yeah.
That was exaggerated.
So,
Slightly.
out of the other Leventure watches, like, is this one because I'm not as familiar with the brand. Is this one? Does this stand out to you as like?
It's
better
more
than the others?
expensive, and I think it's because that
Right.
big chunk of gold. I don't know whether it's real. Well, obviously, it's solid gold.
The
But,
dial's stunning. The dial is absolutely
Dial's
gorgeous.
I think I've seen them before, and this one to me stands out like it's stunning.
If you get back on my Insta,
Yeah.
back to when I had a blue dial and a green dial and actually Alex wouldn't have known what they were, but what was it on Alex? Blue, black.
Purple.
Black.
Oh yeah,
purple.
black.
I sold one to a guy in Sydney and one to a mate here. And if he ever sells it, he knows I want to buy it back off him, the green one. And the blue one went to a guy in Canada or in States. He was desperate for it. There was none left. I had the last ones available in the world. So, and he contacted me. We had a good chat, nice chat. And I sent him, the last one at a premium plus. And then he actually, since then, he found another one in his town. I forget whether it's in Canada or America, Northern America somewhere. And he found another one. He bought another one with the same number. And I had all the same numbers because out of 50. And yeah, so now he's so on board. He loves it. Absolutely. He's nuts about it. And I was just sad I couldn't keep getting them.
I'm finding lots of squale and where we go?
Going to Square, are we?
Yeah.
You do get lots. I feel like there's more and more gold dials, but none executed as well as this.
Yeah.
Like the depth of color.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yes.
Depth of color to
Depth
it.
of color.
is,
Color. So it's a colorblind man.
It's a really warm.
Yeah.
Especially with the sandwich style part of it as well. Really works.
The
I'm
offerings
not trying
these
to do a
days,
different loom.
the offerings these days on like more affordable watches are so much better. I mean, saying that, this is still like we couldn't say that this is like for an everyday affordable watch because it's still $5,000, isn't it? Like, yeah,
I don't know. That is kind of
it's
affordable
for this day
now, right?
This day, it's great value, I think. Yeah,
I'm gonna need to go and top up my drink. I'll be right back, guys. Okay.
yeah.
I'm not doing
Authentic.
fast enough.
What is it you say,
Authentic.
Michael? Authentic. What's
Keep
that?
it real.
Authentic, genuine, authentic.
Genuine.
Yeah.
Authentic.
And then as I'm off in the distance, keep it real. Keep it real.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah.
I'd definitely wear it for sure. I wonder if, obviously it would, I guess a pink gold would be a bit bandwagony, but he may do that.
If it's not too colourful and it's sort of a muted gold like this, I reckon it'd be
Exactly,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah. I think that is because that shade of gold actually just looks like almost like patina. Like
Yeah.
doesn't it? Like,
I wonder if it will patina nice. It might have clear coat on top of it or something. I'm not sure, I guess. But it should patina really nicely in 50 years, for example.
and he's
It's just the Bombay, the whole the sapphire, isn't it? Makes it look good as well. It makes
dome.
Yeah, exactly. The super dome.
And I find it interesting that the hands,
it's plexi. It's not
the
sapphire,
majority
it's
of the hands are the same color as the dial.
Yes,
But still, it's legible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Even the cutouts, the sandwich dial, the back is kind of the same shade, but at night it looks so cool.
Yeah,
It'd be a different watch, but I think he's done. Clement, he's done really well. I think I need to. I left him a message. I need to talk to him again, but I haven't seen him since the end of 2019. When I was in Geneva last. Nice guy.
You would
Doing
think
well.
with a case shape like that, so many people would just say, "Oh, he's just taking off the Nautilus." But but for some reason, it looks
it works. Just
completely
works.
different because of the dial design.
Yeah.
And even the bracelet, the bracelet looks like Patek, but it doesn't matter. The dial is so not.
Well,
Patek.
and he wanted that whole shape of his brand. That I forget what he calls it. It's like a losange in French.
Oh yeah, yep.
He wanted that in the bracelet, reproducing the bracelet, which is what those center links are, and it's it's nice. He's done a good marketing job.
Yeah, beautiful.
I don't want to close it, but I will close it anyway.
We've had some stunning affordable watches tonight.
Haven't we? Yes.
I could if I had a few more whiskeys, I could go on a shopping spree tonight.
Well, this one's all gone, but you have to wait for the next one. You need to put yourself on the waiting list for the next one. The last GMTs he did, beautiful watches. Oh, that's when he first had the seal bracelets for the GMTs.
Yep.
He did a couple of series of those in dark green and cream. That was stunning as well.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, what were you supposed to? What was the official? What was on the official list? Next, a squale.
Yeah, there is a squale. Yeah.
We've just covered a sort of a.
We'll do a quick look at the squale.
Let's look at this. Is Alex back? Where's Alex?
Yeah, he's
I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't. I didn't have the window open.
I've got both open now because I was
I just ran out of Kahlua. This is my last. I'm gonna have to move to gin and tonic after this one. This was only the emergency Kahlua and vodka I bought because I thought the rum was gonna arrive any day now. Every day I'm like, this rum better arrive, otherwise I'm gonna have to buy some more vodka and Kahlua. But
Well, my emergency vodka went out the freaking back door every time. It's still on the street somewhere. I bet I'm going to drive past. I go past there. You'll do on the weekend on Sunday. I'll drive past there and I'll see that smashed bottle in the gutter.
you said it was like a $20 bottle of vodka anyway.
It was $30, I think it was. It was the cheapest one.
What was it? Red Square?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what you
Something-
drink in parks in Scotland.
So we're looking at the Squale. Deep diver for is it Dras?
Yeah.
Galizzi?
Is this another
That's-
old watchmaker they've dragged out of a retirement home
Well-
to?
I have to say, this reminds me of the first one we looked at.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, true. Except I prefer this
I think this is,
in a way.
I don't know if I prefer it, but I think it's just as cool.
I didn't mean I
it's
prefer it.
funky.
Actually, I mean I prefer certain things on it.
Yeah.
Certain
Yep.
elements. I love the bezel.
Yeah, the bezel is like, it's like 50 fathoms bezel sort
Yep.
of.
And I've done that a few times, on different
Yep.
watches recently. Yeah.
It's quite big because it's a 500 meter water resistant watch. Like it's a true diver, this thing.
Yeah.
42
mil, right? Yeah, it's the same as their standard.
And it's quite thick. I want to see if they've got the thickness there as well.
They probably have.
But you've got a 500 meter cool looking watch, and it's once again the price for this is it's 1,285. That'll be US. So
Yep.
we're looking at least 1,500 Australian.
My calculator's broken. It doesn't working. I don't know.
These are too
Anyway.
much. It's even got a helium escape valve, so it is a true diver. I like the fact that they've got the minute hand standing out there. Yeah, it actually sort of comes across as like something that military could use, like it's a real diver.
Yeah.
True diver comes on a leather strap, so
Wow.
that's good.
No, I think it comes with rubber too, doesn't it?
Well,
I
you're
like
right.
the look of it. I like that.
Yeah.
The logo in the dial is. I prefer this logo as opposed to the massive diver on that other one.
And I prefer this logo to the standard Squale one because it says Squale again. And you don't want it twice.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a big
And
big
then
bugbear
square
for
on
me
the
with-
case as well. I know. I don't know
Right.
why
Oh,
they
on
do
the
that.
side. Yeah, is that
Yeah.
on this one as well?
No, it's not because we've got the
No.
helium escape valve there, thankfully. But
Oh, that's correct, of course.
I
Yes.
like the look of Squale watches. If
Yes,
there
I-
just wasn't that whole stigma attached to them.
Yeah, I know.
Is there a stigma attached to them?
Yeah.
No,
What is
Michael, buy one. I've
I
got
don't
one
know
here.
one- I
Got
don't
four
know
of them
one.
here.
I don't know enough about them. I know Rob sells them. Is that the stigma?
That is the.
Yes.
I honestly,
Michael, we didn't want to tell him about it. He's delicate. We didn't want to tell him he is the stigma.
I think they're quite. I think they're cool enough. Like it's an affordable, and it's value for money. Like the look
They
of
have
that
a bad
bezel.
rap, I think.
Yeah.
And over the years, yeah, but having used them and seen them and sold a lot of them.
What is the bad rap though?
Isn't
I
it
mean,
mostly? Was
Yeah.
it
There's TGV stuff.
the urban gentry dude?
Yeah.
What about it?
There was he just kept on promoting them all the time and kept on saying I'm not tied to the brand, they're not paying me, and it was obvious that there was some connection there.
But is that their fault?
No, but it's like it is a misstep from
Yeah, it is their
them.
fault because they were terrible and they still are terrible.
right.
They have been terrible at marketing.
Right.
Yeah.
They're an Italian family. I said this before. They're great people, beautiful people, great people, but they just got no clue with
I
marketing.
remember you talking about. I think you talked about. Did you talk about visiting them?
Yeah, I've been there. Oh no, sorry, no. I'm not been to their place in Italy.
Right.
I've talked to them a few times at Baselworld.
Right. Okay.
I will visit them. I was going to.
I don't have the backstory. I just look at the watch.
There's not much of a backstory.
Yeah,
I mean,
I don't have that. I don't have that. Like the idea that there's a stigma. I just thought, oh yeah, for the
No, I
money.
think urban gentry. That guy was the worst for them.
Yeah.
And they did a few different little brands or different dodgy brands have done limited editions, which are just like a Squale case and dial, everything with their name on it and sort of thing. They're a bit easy with a bit generous with their collaborations.
Yeah, they were trying to be successful, which I can totally
cheapened that as well.
understand.
Because
But there was some kind of question about the whole.
the cases
There's kind of heritage stuff, but every single brand, any brand that prides themselves on the heritage side of things, you can pretty much say that the heritage is a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
And it's just maybe with these guys, they weren't as slick at kind of selling that as the big guys were, and it didn't come across as smoothly as the big guys get that bullshit across. So I think that's the only issue. I think the watches look great, especially this kind of style. It looks like a proper dive watch. It's a really great looking timepiece.
It's got a military feel about it.
I know exactly what it's exactly the same case as the whatever this model that I put on my website. And it's a solid case. It's a solid, great case.
Yeah.
And they made cases for a lot of different people. They were making cases for Blancpain. No, not Blancpain.
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the cool. They probably the heritage they've got, the genuine heritage they've got, is such a solid. You think about how aroused you were earlier on, Michael, about that heritage with the little old guy who was a watchmaker.
Yeah,
the fact that they made cases they were like the go-to brand for watches. Companies that wanted to make dive watches, they went to them to make the case.
I think I might have done Omega cases.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly.
That's really cool. I didn't know that. Like Blancpain is one of the first dive watch brands, really.
And the ones that they made for Blancpain are probably some of the coolest ones. And what's that Italian brand now that's very popular? They make
What, they use these?
No, Unimatic. Unimatic made a watch that was very, very similar, where it had a bezel that was pretty much entirely black, just with one marker on it.
Yes.
And that looked very similar to the Blancpain that had a squall case.
Well, Squall have done that model as well for themselves and for others. They did a limited edition, a few limited editions with just one marker. And my mate, Christoph, the Forshet guy, who's got his own little watch company, has gone across to a bunch of Squall stuff now. He's got his own brand on the dial, but there's bezel, the case, and everything else is the same. They're kind of easy to do.
So when you say they were Squall were over, like they were allowing people to put stuff on the dial, like, is that what you were saying, Alex?
Well, they
did a lot of those.
Yeah,
they were. They were just doing collaborations and stuff quite easy, quite cheaply as well. I mean, quite cheap, making it cheap, and they kind of, I think they diluted a little bit there. They did dilute the brand. The Von Buren, the old guy who started the company, he knew that, what's that dive guy we were talking about before, the old guy?
Cousteau.
And he was back in that day. He was like a phenomenal diver, the old guy that started the Von Buren guy. That's why the little VON thing is still above the Squall on the dial. The original family was Von Buren watch company, and they were the guys that made the cases for all the other brands.
And he was just a dive enthusiast, that guy, right? He was just into diving. There's pictures of him on his yacht or whatever. That was his lifestyle.
Right.
Yeah. And then he set up this little company doing cases, and then he set up the brand, and he said, let's do this ourselves. Some of there's old watches of different brands with that Squall logo on the dial.
So do they sell this story much? Like, because
no, they're not great at it. They try a bit, but they don't see it much.
They should, because I mean, talking about putting things on the dial. I mean, Rolex had dominoes on the dial, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I know.
One of my favorites.
I wouldn't put anything against the company actually, doing collabs with people to sell their watches and like. No,
but it was more a case of them selling their watches to third parties and putting the other guy's watch on the dial, and it's it's not a Rolex. It's not going to be ever going to be that worth that much. But it was sort of like thing where someone's selling basically cheap Squalls with their own name on the dial, and it was kind of really just the way it was marketed and stuff, or the way it wasn't marketed. It was willy-nilly up until when I first took on Squall a couple of years ago. Their website, and before that, 3 or 4 years ago, their website was a shocker. It was just, they're actually done a little bit better now, but I mean, they're obviously not, they were already a watch distributor. The guys in Italy, the family who bought Squall, the family, the original family, the old guy died, his daughter, whatever, they sold this company to their Italian distributor, which is how things work. Rolex and Panerai, all these guys have done similar things down there. It's a massive market, and they're into it. So this Italian distributor became the brand. They still had kept the manufacturing in Neuchâtel, but they're it was running from Milano, and it was all a bit of a schmozzle.
Lots of brands were like that, though.
Where
they were
absolutely.
just like, how can we make money? Let's do this. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Michael, it's a bit like the super compressor watches, where they made the Edwin Piquerez or whatever made the case, and then just there's tons of watches, different brands. It has those crosshatch crowns. The same thing. If you go onto eBay and type in Squale, there'll be tons of different watch brands, and they'll have Squale at the 6 o'clock on the dial because they made the cases. But it was
interesting.
Yeah.
Usually when you start off with Michael, it's a bit like I just assumed you were going to say a joke. Then you had a joke coming. I was like smiling, waiting for the joke, but you actually.
I'm so sorry.
You're giving me some history.
It's a bit like
I'm intrigued with this company now, this brand. Like
you should buy one, Michael.
It's a bit, they squandered the legacy a little bit when you think of. But then I don't know. I think it's
a lot of brands do.
It was more recent, the squandering of the legacy, than everyone did it. You get Jackie Drole watches from the 70s and 80s that were garbage watches. They just put the name on it. It's just it's more recent in people's mind. But still, when you look at this watch, it's a good looking watch.
I
think they'll come around eventually, because there's lots of.
I think they will. I hope they do, because I think they're going to get beyond the what do you call it before the problem of their marketing, and that's why because I was thinking of, and I think strategically long term, I'm not going to go into my business plan, but I'll probably do less and less new watches, because it's a headache. You got stock and a whole bunch of things, but Squale is a brand that I can see myself keeping, just because of the fact that they're good value. And they look after their retailers, and they didn't know me from a bar of soap. It's not like I had a big multi-brand shop. I rocked up, saw them at Basel, had a good glass of wine with them, Italian wine. Went back next year, talked to them again. I said, yeah, sure, take that, take whatever you want, take what they do order 50 watches, take a few, take a bit of display stuff, and I was nobody, There's three. I think there's probably three official retailers in Australia. Only two over east. Maybe one of them's just online, basically, which is kind of what I am now. But they're good people, and it's a nice, still a family-owned, family-run thing. And I think the watch. You have a look go to my website later on, Michael, and look under the when I've got a thing about the brands, and then there's a Squale page.
I think I've seen it before. It's been ages since I saw it, so I'll look at it again.
I like this one though. I had one I had for sale, which is still on my website. It's obviously out of stock, but there's the blue 39 sub. They did a bunch of 39 subs, blue and then black dials, and they had a bezel like the 50 fathoms. Beautiful watch.
Is it a 39 millimeter?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was stunner.
This one here is going to be thick, but it's 500 meters water resistance.
Yeah, and this is a bit big.
There's not many companies that actually it's quite a feat to make a case that's going to withstand that as well.
It wears well though, because of the short lugs on it.
Does it?
Exactly.
I think as well. Another issue, they had a couple of Rolex looking watches that they a couple of sub looking things that lots of brands did as well.
Yes,
I think again that they were in the kind of homage realm, and that kind of hurt them a little bit as well, rather than just they did. And I just sold when I had the 39 mil sub, I called it, and it was a cool little watch, but it was just a rip off of a sub, an old sub.
Right.
But I think
I like this one though.
This one and the 39 sub was a much finer case, more like the old Speedy profile.
Yep.
Not that it was a chrono, but it was just that very thin case for a diver, and a 39 mil size. Had a couple of blue dial ones, and they went really quickly. It was the beautiful watches, and again, value for money. It's crazy. Less than $3,000. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
But they still have the new bits. They have the carbon ones, the carbon layer watches.
I'd still like to see one of those.
Would you?
Yeah.
Do you want me to get one out for you?
Yeah.
Hang on. Just talk amongst yourself.
Yeah. Do a monologue, Michael.
What's that?
Do a monologue.
I'm actually reading about. I'm on Geneva Blue at the moment, reading about the different brands that Rob has. It's great. It's great listening, isn't it, listeners?
This is great. Just advertising.
Yeah.
You can't really tell with this light. That's the problem with because the light's pretty dark here. This is exactly the same size case, but looks smaller because of the dark carbon. And I'm going to have a look and try and find out where we are here, so I can see if it looks any good or not.
Yeah, it's cool.
That's a carbon and resin.
Yeah, that's
layered case.
Yep, I remember seeing that. Yep, and it's got the ripples through the case or the layers.
Yeah, and this is it's a ceramic insert.
Yep,
and it's I don't know 2000-ish.
Yeah,
that's the same watch with the red. These are terrible dive watches as far as you can't tell. You can't really see the dial too good after about 2 minutes underwater. Yeah, I'm not that I've tried it, but I get even in the dark. It's just the color lume looks really good in the daytime.
Yeah,
but I don't think it's very practical for a dive watch.
I mean, I'm the guy that had the deep sea, and I'm not. There's no way I'm a diver. So I just think that it's a cool.
Oh yeah, no, it's a cool, something different.
Yeah,
and for the price, they're all well priced. I don't know. I think they could. Well, maybe they may end up going up in price. I think they will.
Yeah.
But they can't. They can't get it. They can't put a price like L'Aventure did, for example, because he's done it from the start. He's done a great marketing job, and he's done the whole thing. It's been really well developed. Whereas these guys have been a bit all over the place. Yep. They're stuck in that price bracket now. And I think they'd struggle to charge a lot more for their watches, but for what they are, they're still great value.
Yeah.
Yeah. My humble opinion.
I mean, that's right. For that technology, for the manufacturing and alone is, I think it's great.
Exactly. They should push that more with their heritage. They try, you can see it on their website and stuff, but of course the other brands aren't going to talk about it. They think they're going to sell it as their own stuff, their own heritage. So they're not going to say that someone else made their cases.
Exactly.
But you can find it on the research and online and stuff. It's they've done a lot of good things. Yeah. Yes.
Good.
Want to look at another one?
Yeah.
Let's look at another one.
Do a quick look at the Longines Heritage Black Sector dial. I thought this one was quite nice. I just think the design is it's got a beads of rice bracelet. It's like a classic vintage watch. It's a little bit like it's not a real good, like it's not a fantastic remake of a vintage because it's going to be a little bit thicker. It's an automatic. It's but I think the overall design of the dial is quite elegant, and the slim hands. I don't know if I like it more than the silver one.
I don't know why you picked this one, Alex. It's exactly the same as silver one with different color on the dial.
Yep.
Sorry, guys. I do apologise. Just me spending hours putting together this dossier of watches for us to talk absolute shit about. But
did the other one have the beads of rice bracelet on it?
I can't remember. Roman got the original one, didn't he? I think his one was on it was on leather.
Yeah, I think the beads of rice is cool.
Yeah, it is.
And it's priced really well. I know it's just a basic automatic caliber they use in lots of their other watches. I don't recognize the caliber, but I'm guessing it's a
Didn't
look. The case size is actually quite good. We've got 38.5 millimeter diameter, 11 mils thick. So it's actually not overly thick, the watch. So it's quite a slim vintage size watch.
11 mil, yeah, but still, it's not thin. I mean, not thick, but it's not that thin either.
It isn't, but it's not. Yeah.
But it's still a dress watch. I still think the dress watches, they make them smaller compared to all the other massive things that they make. And I'm not just talking about Longines. This is all watch brands, but they're still just that little bit too big. When you think about your Paipan Constellation, Michael, that's probably like
36.
Beautiful size.
36. Yep.
And they tend to make things just a little bit too big. But it's a great looking watch. But yeah, just when they make things, when they make them modern, make them new again, they never quite get the proportions just right.
Exactly.
Which is a shame.
Did you see the recent fairly recent talk by Mark Cho, the Horological Society of New York lecture?
No.
He talked about basically the whole lecture was on watch sizes. He did a big survey to see what people think of their wrist size, what they actually think of how big their wrist is, and the majority of people think they have small wrists for some reason. Like I can't remember the exact details, but like 60 or 70% of the people that were asked said that, and different people helped survey these watches or these people, and even people with fairly big wrists would still say that they actually had small wrists. They thought they did. And so they would be wearing, because they'd be putting on these watches that are available now, and the watches are generally larger. And so their wrists would feel smaller and look smaller. Really good lecture, actually. Interesting. Like if you can sit through all the statistics and everything, like they can be a bit boring, but no. But if you look,
Jack Forster doesn't speak on it, does he?
no, he actually did talk about it briefly. He was on Hodinky Radio recently, which is a briefer version of it, and but he's onto something here, and he was basically saying there's a huge portion of people that actually want 36 mil watches, and I think 36 is where it's at. Like I can understand why people still want the larger watches, but 36 is like, there was a big portion of people that were like finding 36 was their favorite.
Mark Cho does prefer smaller sizes, right? He got like a what would have been typically classified as ladies size FP Journe. He's got a couple other watches that were sold as ladies sizes. But yeah, I totally agree with him. I think people don't know until they've got the watch on their wrist. And there's so many watch shops you go into and they just say, 36 mil, that's the ladies one. If you go in and ask for a 36 mil, they just say, no, that's a ladies one. But it's all about, again, like with your Omega Constellation, it's just how it looks on your wrist. And yeah, I don't think the size shouldn't really come into it.
I think it's all personal preference, and obviously people are still going to want to see a big. There's going to be certain people that like to see a big watch on their wrist, but if people got used to wearing 36, say 30, anywhere between 34 and 39 millimeter on their wrist for a little while, they'd actually they could find that it actually looks good, because what you're doing there is instead of the watch overhanging on your wrist and overpowering, the wrist actually it what's the word? Borders.
Don't know.
It's
don't know.
The wrist surrounds the watch instead of the watch overpowering the wrist. And so I think
there's a lot of getting used to it in that as well. It's so many people just think they put it on. Oh, I can't wear. It's too small. Just try it for a couple of days. Then you'll go back and you won't be able to put anything bigger on. You'll think, well. That's why I keep telling people over and over again. It's okay for guys like us who change watches every day because we're used to it. We just chop and change. You got massive divers, you got small classic, 70s watches. But people just get stuck in their ways, and then they get bigger. They end up with a freaking 50 mil diesel on because they think it's tough. Well, I see it at the gym or whatever, and it bugs me. It's like big crowns, big watches.
I think people do try and push the boundaries as well, like how large a watch can I wear on my wrist? Can I have the lugs going to the very edge of my wrist? And it's not the right way to think about it. It's not how watches actually work.
The word I was looking for was framing. So the wrist frames the watch instead of the watch just framing the wrist. And I actually shout out to Mark. We had a message the other day. We were messaging each other. Shout out to
Mark. Who?
He was Mark Cho. He was. We were messaging on Instagram, and we were talking a lot about wrist sizes and watch sizes. And I think you're right, Rob. If people actually just tried a smaller watch on somehow for a couple of days, they might adjust their mentality to it. Because originally, when you go from, say, a dive watch down to a dress watch, you're just like, oh, it's just weird. It's just like it's girly. But no, you'll find that it can. I mean, it depends on people's taste, but you'll find that it works.
It totally does depend on the watch as well.
It does, because there's different shapes.
But back in the day, there was a lot less there was no choice. I mean,
Yep.
if you look at his watches on someone like Cary Grant, the old,
Yep.
in those old movies, they were just so classy. The watches were tiny.
Yep.
And then if they had to get a big watch, it was a 39 mil sub. That was huge.
Yeah, exactly.
And
39 was massive back then.
And then it went sort of pear-shaped after that.
Yep.
40 mil was okay. I guess that was a monster. And then, with the jumbo, calling a 39 mil watch a jumbo, the APs. And it wasn't that long ago, only 50 years ago.
Yep.
Well,
when you see some of those real vintage watches and they're actually named oversized, there's oversized, but they're still only like 38 or 39 mil.
Yeah.
And because, I think, it's interesting to think about. And I think watch companies are starting to go back, but something that people don't realize is it takes more than a year or two or whatever to actually go, like, because they've got to develop movements, they've got to develop. Of course. Yeah. Like watch companies are thinking years in advance before they adjust these, but I think they will go a little bit slower.
Rolexes anyway. I had to go and look for the Longines website and find a photo of this watch dead on, straight on, because I don't think friend of the show Jean-Claude Bivet would like the hands. They're not the exact right length. And that's kind of, it's something I guess it's kind of should be easier to design, right? Really? I mean,
it should be just mathematics, really. The
way the lines are on the dial, when you've got a sector dial like this with those lines.
So that minute hand should be going a bit further out, you think?
Yes. To me, or either a bit further in or a bit further out. Should get right to that track and the inside one. If you look on the Longines website,
it overlaps.
It's just doesn't line up with anything. It's kind of the hour hand is pretty close actually, but I mean for me it's still like a 15th of a millimeter out.
Well noticed, Rob. Yeah, well noticed. I mean those are those little things that
it's not quite perfect. I don't know.
Make a difference. Yeah.
Do you think it's that they're trying to have multi-purpose hands and crowns and everything you can't just have hands for one thing anymore? It's like, okay, we had these hands on something else. I see it a lot with cases on Longines watches, and you're like, a lot of the heritage stuff. You're like, I've seen this case on something else, and it's the money comes into it again, doesn't it? You're just like, okay.
I'm afraid to speak my mind. Going, I want you to keep your job for a little bit longer. So
go for it.
No, it's okay. I just hate it. It just sucks. It's stupid.
I'm afraid to speak my mind. Nah, it just sucks. It's stupid. I hate it. He was afraid for 2 seconds.
I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, it's obvious, right? I mean, but for me, the problem with this is that it's exactly the same as that one we looked at before. And the blue, was that the one a real blued hands? Were they blued hands? Or
I don't know.
I think they were.
I've got to say, I probably like, besides the beads of rice, I probably like the silver dial more.
I like that. So they've got a nice top of that pinion rounded off in the center.
Yeah.
It's not like a stupid hole like that. We've had looked at some expensive watches, and I don't say it every time, but so many people get it so far wrong.
Yep. It looks like it's meant for a second hand, and they've just not put the second hand on or something. Yeah.
We're going to talk about a Grand Seiko later, aren't we? Or a Seiko or something.
Let's just jump to that now. Yeah. What do you?
Let's do it. It's nice.
You want to do that, Alex? Or
yeah, why not?
Yeah, because I was wanting to talk about this Seiko. Where have we got it?
Where is it? Here we go. The SBG freaking W 60th anniversary.
Yeah.
I almost put a comment on this post. And I saw how I was looking at the photos and the article, and I was looking at the scroll bar, and I was the top still. And I was looking at the whole article, and I think, heck, it's a Jack Forster article, okay. But then most of it was all the comments. And I got 6 million comments.
What? Oh yeah, right.
But the thing is, I almost put a comment on myself. Then I thought, it's a week ago. They're not even going to be looking at this anymore. But I was going to ask Jack what he's smoking. But calling it what's he saying? If you're listening, Jack, just give it a break with the hyperbole and the what's that word? I can't even think of the word now.
Bullshit.
Yeah, but there's a nicer word for it.
Oh, okay.
What did he say?
Did you like that watch, the Bell and Ross that I won?
The email you sent through.
And I had
You
an
said we
email
weren't allowed
from-
to talk about it. You said it was a secret.
No,
we weren't allowed
no,
to
you just
mention it.
wouldn't post it.
Oh,
The
okay.
No, I had an email from Jack Forster. What was it? That was like 2007
yeah.
or 8 or something.
You did say, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
saying congratulations, and it was like
You're famous.
from
You should-
Waco as well.
You could put that on. You could auction it. It said a lot of good things about it. I like the bit. I like how he says, with the titanium and stuff.
Yeah, look,
Definitely.
Jack's a great guy. I would be surprised if I met him and I didn't like him. He just seems like he's a great guy. No, I'm not bullshitting Alex. He doesn't seem like he would be interesting to talk to. And as a watchmaker, you don't meet many people that can actually keep up with that sort of conversation. He would be someone that you could keep up, could keep up with topics on.
The problem is you
horology.
nod off halfway through.
I don't know if I would.
I do. I have.
Someone that wears a bow tie every day. Just something very questionable about that. 2 dressing gowns is one thing, but a bow tie day to day.
Here's the line I was looking for. This is the line.
Okay.
Your short watch doesn't dazzle much. It's seducing. Person the dial is a very ultramarine diamond polished hands and indexes glow against it like phosphorescent sea creatures.
I saw
What
that.
the
Yeah.
flog is he talking about? It doesn't like.
He can be poetic.
Poetic. No, it's oh, frick, there's another word. What is it? Come on, Alex, help me out here. My Alzheimer's is kicking in.
He's passionate. He's passionate, Rob.
Yep.
Passionate.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the watch though.
Okay. True.
What sea creatures?
I haven't looked at the comments down there.
An aventurine dial is a bit more. I just don't get the phosphorescence. I'm looking at this dial. It's a navy dial. It's okay. Maybe it's a deep dial, whatever.
I think it's a deep blue,
Yeah, but it doesn't come across great in the photos. Again, that second hand. Look at that second hand. Look at the big hole in the middle.
Yeah.
There's grand Seikos out there, cheaper than this one. There's more expensive ones too, but they have a beautiful plate on top of that. For me, it's just
interesting. I didn't notice that.
You can't unsee it now that it's seen, Michael. That's the problem.
Yeah, that doesn't bother me too much.
It'll bother you within 5 minutes. Just keep talking about it. Just.
There's a big hole in the minute hand where it's like
okay, sure. That's a no.
Yeah, but that one doesn't bother me so much.
The hands are beautiful. I love those dolphin hands they do. These guys, stunning.
This one they have knocked it out of the park.
I hate that term with watches. I hear it
All
so
right,
much now.
So what do you want me to say? I'll say that I really like.
Let's talk about jellyfish. What jellyfish does the watch
phosphorescent
remind
sea
you?
creatures.
This watch. I obviously people know that I'm not a huge fan of Grand Seiko.
Yeah.
This one, I really like. Time only. They've kept it simple. The case is finished nicely. The movement, I actually like this. I don't know why I like this.
I love the movement as well. I love the movement.
Yeah.
Love the way it's presented at the back. Well, that's cool. They got 24 on the back and 24 on the front, just in case you forget.
I have a feeling that dial, Rob, in the middle would be stunning. I have a feeling it's like a deep.
I'm pretty sure it would be stunning. I have no doubt, but it doesn't. I've seen phosphorescence in the sea, and it doesn't look jack like that. I mean, Jack. It's just it's yeah. I can't. There are things.
I prefer that other one we looked at recently in the last R&R, the SBGY 007, which I can't remember what we said about it, whether it was good or bad, but I preferred that and the finishing and stuff to this one. It's not tremendously. It might be in person, it might be stunning and amazing and sea creatures, whatever. But it's not. Yeah, it's not tremendously exciting. I feel Grand Seiko's pumping out so much stuff just now.
Yeah, they are.
It's a lot of stuff. Yep. And Grand Seiko's supposed to be like the nuts. It's supposed to be like the really good stuff.
Yeah.
And if you just bring out stuff every single month, and that's what it feels like. Actually, it's probably every month, but it feels like every week, which isn't a good sign. Just like dial it back in a little bit. I don't think it's. And I don't think the overall look of the watch matches with titanium as a material.
Possibly not, but that's a different thing. That's why it's good. It's a selling point. They've done it dressy, they've done it shiny, thin,
and it's a different titanium too. Do you understand?
Yeah,
they've made a harder titanium. It's not grade 5 titanium. It's a harder titanium, and
do you think that's mostly marketing though?
No, I don't think
titanium. Titanium, it's an element. You can't.
You're asking the wrong person here, Rob. Michael goes by he just reads the press release. He's like, I believe these people. They are good, honest people.
Also, I'm not going off the entire company and their releases. I'm just looking at this watch because I don't look at Grand Seiko generally, so I don't know how much they're releasing. I've heard that they're just releasing lots of stuff, but this watch, I'm just looking at it by itself and just thinking it's time only. If they had a date on it, could have I just feel it would have ruined it.
Absolutely.
I just think it's going to be light, it's elegant, and the price didn't surprise me actually. And we talked about that before about getting to the bottom of Grand Seiko and just being like, yep, I couldn't have guessed that. This is actually decent value. It doesn't surprise me. I can't find anything wrong except for what you mentioned with the second hand. That's fine. It would have been cool if it was just polished at the top.
Splash resistant?
Cool. It's 38 mil. Yeah, but it's a dress watch.
There's no fish on the back.
It's not fish resistant.
38 mil, 11 mil thickness. It's
11 mil. That's still pretty hefty.
Yeah.
Your pipe pan's less than 11 mil.
I'll have to measure it.
No, you don't have to measure it. But so why are these guys doing a big fat watch? I mean, it's kind of.
Well, the other thing is this is a manual wind too. I would have expected it to be a little bit slimmer, maybe.
Exactly.
Because my pipe pan is actually an automatic as well.
Yeah.
So I'll have to measure that pipe pan and see what it is. But
look at this. Look at the SBG. While we're talking about Grand Seikos.
Yep.
SBGE.
Yep.
255. This is a little Seiko. While we're on the I don't know, segue into nowhere, but it's a Grand Seiko that I
hang on. I must be on something else. SBG
E for Echo.
SBGE
255. It's a little dot. It's a GMT Sport Grand Seiko.
Yeah, this doesn't do it for me yet.
No, this is only 40. This is okay. Okay, no, totally different watch, Michael. Not the same clientele, not the same watch. Okay, it's a spring drive Grand Seiko, so it's kind of new-ish.
GMT. Rob loves GMTs.
I love a GMT.
He loves chronograph GMTs even more.
I do, and this is a 40 mil watch, so it's not oversized. It's 40. Actually, I think it's 41. Not sure, but it's just I picked it up in the shop, and I thought this is brilliant. It's a nice. It's just a nice size. The colors work. The cases. That's stainless steel. It's not. I prefer titanium. I like the snowflake because of titanium, but it's just for the price. I mean, the price is priced out of the market again for me. But it was they were okay. They're 9,000 or whatever.
For me, that looks a bit boring and
but
that's just my taste, though. Yeah, I haven't picked it up exactly. If I picked it up titanium, when you picked up titanium, it's impressive sometimes.
But titanium dress watch is always nice to have. Okay, I'm going to shut that down. I forget to mention it. Okay, but
it's a terrible comparison, Rob. It's not even apples and oranges.
It's not. I just wanted to look at that watch. It's been about 3 podcasts. I wanted you to have a look at that watch.
You just wanted to look at it.
You just wanted to look at it. I wanted you to discover
this thing.
The radar watch.
This Grand Seiko I could wear as a dress watch, and I'd have to feel it and actually see how thick it is because for a manual wind dress watch, I want that to be as slim as possible.
11 mils like that slim.
Yeah, it shouldn't be display case back. Waste of time.
I don't mind having a display case.
Don't mind it.
Actually, that's the reason too. It's a bit thicker because of the display case back. Yeah, and it's got it like a domed. It's like a domed case back.
Yes, which makes it thicker.
Yeah.
On some of those pictures now, the pocket shots and the one with the crossed arms, if you look closely, Alex wouldn't be able to because he's colorblind, but you can see a bit of blue actually coming through, which you don't see on the flat pictures.
I think this would be one of those watches that, in different lights, you'd be
phosphorescence. Phosphorescence, maybe.
Yep, it'd be like you're in the ocean.
That is phosphorescence as my bollocks.
How much?
Yeah, I like it.
It's.
But
I want to say it's just over 10 grand Australian. Maybe it's what is it?
I think you go and buy a Presage for like $1,000, and you could get something that would be more impressive than this.
My brother got
My
brother had his 40th birthday recently, and my parents gave him a Seiko with a not enamel dial, it's a porcelain dial.
Oh yeah.
Stunning. Absolutely stunning.
White?
Like white porcelain, yep.
With the red 12 or
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
Beautiful
they're
watch.
about $2,000 retail.
Yeah.
And this thing,
Yeah.
I could easily wear that every day.
Punching above its weight.
So for compared to this,
Mm.
I'd have to see this in the metal to see. But my brother's is stunning for that price. Like that's where I say when you get a good Seiko with like a porcelain dial or something, you can still get them for great prices.
I think
Whereas
this dial would look nice.
This is another level
like.
though, this one.
But
So-
printed dial, just stuff printed on the dial. You know,
Like
it's kinda-
shit.
Okay, Alex.
What's that?
Okay,
Crown
doesn't like it.
Crown is crap.
Crown's not great.
Really?
Yeah.
I think it's a manual wind. It's got to be practical. That's the thing. It can't be subtle. It can't.
Regardless of the thickness of the case,
Irregardless.
why would what? Irregardless?
Regardless.
Irregardless of the regardlessness of the case, thickness or thinness, just that look of movement. There's no point having that as the display case back.
Well, you could argue that. Well, obviously, they have.
It's one step above the kind of open heart dial for me. Like there's just not enough going on there.
It's not the most stunning. Like Nomos.
It's not the most stunning.
No,
That's right.
No, Nomos do a movement in my
Better,
mind like this, similar to this.
but better. Looking more pleasing.
Similar, yeah, maybe. It's maybe the architecture is a little bit nicer with Nomos. And Nomos are definitely slimmer. That's for sure. Their watches are slimmer. That's where Grand Seiko always has me a little bit. It's questioning where is the value in it. Like I still like this one, and I still like lots of different Seikos. But when you compare it to a brand like Nomos, how can like Nomos is like you get something like this, similar style at least. I'm not talking about the dial, the quality, and the hand finishing and stuff like that. But you're talking $2,000 to $3,000 for a Nomos, and it's a big price difference generally. So that's where I have trouble sometimes with Grand Seiko, but I do like this one. I think the fact that it is made from a different titanium, as far as we read.
Yeah, no, you're
What is it?
right.
What's
Super
the titanium?
duper hardened titanium.
Yep.
It's a layer of hardened titanium, but it's not a layer
Brilliant hard
on
titanium.
top of brilliant.
Twice as hard as conventional stainless steel. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, okay. Why couldn't they do a bit of anglage or on that chamfering on those two faces, two sides, 1, 2?
Yeah,
No,
There's
no, no.
not much
polish
they
it.
would have to do. Yeah.
You don't
Yeah,
have to
because
put
it's
any
fairly
internal
basic.
angles.
It's not like there's big hard corners in there either.
Yeah,
is there?
exactly.
Yeah, like, it'd be cool if they brought out a Grand Seiko where they actually said there's these big angles on the ridges like this, and they've just done big angles.
Haven't they done some? Have the Credor?
know.
Must have the Credors. Must have
Credo,
angles.
yeah, but yeah.
I don't know. The Japanese are a lot more subtle, and they don't. It's
Yeah,
not
that's
like
why their
this-
dials.
it's-
They look at them differently. Yeah.
Yeah, and the Swiss like to really pretty their movements up more, I suppose, and the Japanese don't traditionally do that, do they?
True. Yeah. Okay,
I'd like
next.
to see it. Yeah, next.
And also, this case back is incredibly dirty. I think it looks like it's been
Yeah, I saw that.
polished.
It's been worn for 6 months.
It's been polished, but they haven't cleaned it or something afterwards. Like it's all been scratched up. Someone's polished it and then left all the dirt.
There's all
on the
grime
side.
around the around the
You're
ridge.
you're great for quality control. I have to say, I know when you lack a certain
Common
sense.
sense.
Let's say sense. Your other senses heighten, so your lack of color, being able to witness
Spelling.
color, you can see more dirt. It's like you're because you're often commenting on the dirt or the you see
True, though.
specks of dust on the movement. So
Somebody brought me a watch today. QC brought it back and said, "Yeah, you haven't done this. You made a mistake here." And I said, then I looked at it and it had someone else's name on the paperwork, and I said, I've been framed for a crime I didn't commit. And then the guy turned over the bit of paperwork and I had all my handwriting all over the other side. And I was like, I've been framed for a crime I have committed. So I had to take the watch back. But that's a kind of fun part of every day is kind of battling with the QC people, and they bring something back to you, and then you have to try and convince them that it wasn't you, someone else did it. It's not your fault. It's within the kind of the perimeters of
I had that for 2 years straight at AP when I was doing the QC for a workshop of about 12 people.
Yeah.
And most of them had a lot more experience than I did, obviously. Not many of them were older than me, so I could sort of use that trump card.
Yeah.
But I used to just take the piss big time and just make it, sort of funny. I said, "What did your dog get in here? There's a big hair here." Or
you need to do that. You need to do that.
Seriously.
It makes it so much more fun if you do that, because people feel bad when they bring you something.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, I need to go and tell on this person." So I always try and make light of it. I'm like, Alex isn't here. I'm just covering for him just now, but he's going to be here this afternoon. If you make it light, then it makes it actually easier for them to bring you more stuff, because it's a fun interaction.
You make a joke about it.
Yeah.
Because I was starting QC when I was 29 at Rolex. So I became manager in 2008 when I was 29, and I was the youngest in the workshop when I became manager. So it was very tricky.
I thought you were
trying to
saying youngest in
navigate.
the world.
Probably that too.
Well, maybe.
So I was the youngest guy in the workshop. I was the young guy coming in, and I became manager, and I was doing QC. So it was tricky to navigate. Luckily, I got along with most of the guys pretty well, but it's difficult to be handing stuff back and leaving little notes on these things. And there was a couple of instances where I'm just like, and there's one guy that I remember him. I'm handing back and the Cyclops, because back then the watchmakers did everything. We did the disassembly of the case, polish the case, service the movement, put everything together again. And one of the watchmakers had the Cyclops on the crystal just up slightly above the date, and it was if you put it on a certain angle, it'll be right. But if you're just looking at it like a normal watch, it's off. And so, all right, I'm going to go back and fix it. Then it's below, right? Handed it back a second time. He stood up from the bench and he's like, "You can't have it both ways." just lost it. And I was like, "Well, you can actually. It's like you can either have it up and down. That's both ways." But that was funny. Yeah, he'll if he's listening, he'll know who it is. It's hard to navigate that part of it. You have to make a bit of a joke about it, I think, most of the time. And
Is he somebody I know?
no.
Okay.
No.
Because you still want to have a good relationship with them. You don't want to see them in the tea room or something and think, fucking dickhead that brings me shit back all the time.
Yeah.
And you don't want them to think, oh, that's that guy that just complains about all the stuff. I bring them back. You need to, you need to make it a fun interaction.
But if you don't, I don't know what it was like when did they used to do an auto control before they call it? Like they did their own? That's what it was like before I went down to AP Switzerland. They used to do their own checks, and then they got stuff back from the markets or back from the customers. They had more problems then, so we had to put this whole QC thing in place, which wasn't really there before, because they were doing.
Well, I'm only talking about after service, so it's like after sales service. So So I would always tell the
That's
guys.
what I'm talking about.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. So they should be doing their own quality control before it goes to the quality control.
But that was it. That was how it used to be back 20 years ago in AP, or 15 years ago.
Yeah.
There was not another person. And in the small workshops, the affiliates, they didn't have a QC department.
Yep.
And that's what we put in place. But anyway, it was funny.
I always remember the stories being told about Mr. Simonet before, when he was the original Wo-Step teacher, I suppose, and you used to make sure you did your own quality control and it was right. You had to be sure about it, because if you took a piece to him when you're at school at Wo-Step and he knew that you knew it was dirty or something was wrong with it,
He'd rip you a new one.
He'd just look up at you. And this is a story I got told many times. He'd look up at you, he'd have a little drawer. As he's looking at you, open the drawer, and it'd be a drawer full of sawdust. And you just go like that and just put the movement in the sawdust. Like just looking at you like you know it. Like just dump it in the sawdust. So you have to take the movement back, clean the whole thing, and just go.
Oh, serious?
Yep. It was like that. Yeah.
Harsh.
Yeah.
I heard that as well as a girl I worked with down in Wellington, and she said if she ever left her bench, I think she was from Belgium, and her workshop manager or something would be smoking the entire time. And if you didn't cover your movement while you went away to do something else, he would just come around and he'd flick his cigarette ash right into your movement, which I think that's right up there with the sawdust drawer. That's such a boss move.
Just the same, exactly. It's like you're willing to do.
Well,
that.
it is stupid. I mean, you learn, don't you? I bet it only happened once or twice, and you wouldn't do that anymore because you learn that stuff. It's a pretty basic stuff covering a movement, right?
Exactly. The other thing is if you didn't lock your desks, your drawers at WASTEP, if you went for coffee break or lunch break, you didn't lock your drawer.
Serious?
The instructor would take all your drawers out and put them on the floor to teach you to lock your drawer.
Yeah, but you can lock it when you go home. What's the point at lunchtime? And you're supposed to be.
It's a discipline thing. It's this whole. So, and there was this one guy from the UK that just did it so many times. I was just like, how does he not get it now? We get back from lunch break and his drawers are just on the floor.
I think that's unimaginative. If that had been me, it'd have been full of weird porn. You come back and then you're like, what's all this shit you've got in your drawers? That's the way to do it.
Yep.
Yeah, that's you though, Alex.
That's me. Yeah.
We know that's.
Man, we've gotten off track now, haven't we? But that's the way we do it.
There's too many tabs opening. I'm not going to finish them.
We've only got 5 to go.
What do you want to look at next?
I wanted to give a shout out for what's his name? Convoluted. No, curated confluence. That's a brilliant name, by the way.
Yeah,
Hermes guy.
Jake, and I said none of the. I couldn't see any Hermes ties. Obviously, there's a whole bunch of them.
It's like all Hermes.
Half a dozen. Oh, most of them are Hermes probably.
Yeah.
He's got one of my straps. He loves it. He's been banging on about it. The tan Halloween is his favorite material for sporting goods and luggage and everything else. And so I sent him this strap, and it's brilliant. He's been
in Detroit, right?
I don't know where he is.
Seems like a nice guy.
Yeah. Much too well dressed for me, but a nice guy.
Yep.
And good taste.
Yep.
Yeah. So you guys are right up there. You know, you got MS ties. I mean, you can
hang out with Jake now.
Hang out with Jake online. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good on you, Jake, for he's promoting my straps. He loves it every time he posts a picture of his Pelagos on my tan strap.
Yeah.
It's
Right, Rob, you've had enough strap plugs tonight. That's you. I'm cutting you off.
Hang on. Cut me off.
Can we do I just want to cover the quorum because we've never actually done a core. We've never. I don't think we've ever
cover this one.
I don't think we've ever done one on the podcast before.
You guys start it, and I'm going for a toilet break
again. Jesus Christ, Michael.
Yeah. Okay. Because this one.
Rob can give us the background on the brand because I just don't know that much about them.
Nah.
Rob, for the listeners and the watchers, tell us about the brand.
You know what? I'm a bit like Marcos. I
Maybe
know
the toilet as well.
No, I mean what had they been? They had a 50th watch a couple of years ago, and a friend here in Perth bought actually, coincidentally and funnily enough. If you go down the bottom of that southwest slopes, I was going to say, no, it's not on that one. It's not on that website for SJX, but there's another one where they talk about the 50th anniversary Golden Bridge. It's not the automatics; it's the original one. You know, the old ones, and they have a new one out. And this guy bought one and has a massive big 2-carat diamond at the 5.5. Anyway, I'm getting off track. It's nothing to do with this. But it's the same sort of shape, and. Yeah, they came out with this automatic, well, obviously 10 years ago. Remember the very first ones are titanium stuff with that slide going up and down at the back because I wanted to keep the whole thing in a narrow baton movement. And it's kind of a cool case, cool thing. The colors are nice on this one. They've never really floated my boat. I think you have to have you have to really like the shape to be able to wear it. I think you'd get a bit of a knocking. I mean, we did have one. We had one at Hunter Brothers a few years back, and it was an interesting watch. I just don't think it's. I don't know. Who are they making this watch for? Who's
That's it. As
I
a
wondered that.
brand, I don't know how they're still
any other brand? No, any of the
in
things.
business. Like
They're-
it's.
So
I mean, the movement is obviously they're famous for this movement. The automatic part of it is kind of cool, but it's almost one of these things where, like, how does it work effectively as an automatic? It can't be very efficient. Then it kind of almost reminds me of something that Harry Winston would have come up with while
Tag did that.
old mate Max Busser was there, where they're like, we're just going to come up with this new idea for something and it doesn't really matter if it works or not. And
yeah,
that's kind of the feel that I get from this, but the overall look of the watch as well is not. It's not an attractive.
I think it detracts from the baton movement. The whole automatic thing at the back, that big
Yeah.
block sliding up and down. The whole idea of having that Calabrese invented that movement. I've talked to him about it. It was brilliant back in the day. It was ahead of its time. Vincent Calabrese, and he did different things, and he did different shape movement. But that one having such a simple thing with that linear movement was great. It was beautiful. You could look at it with a loop, and it was a thing of wonder, Alex. But with that having that massive big sliding elevator banging up and down behind it, I don't see the point.
From the front, the automatic part of the back, it almost looks like one of those little travel suitcase things that people have, and you pull the handle up, and then they drag it around through the airport. That's what it looks like from the.
Yes.
And somebody's just pulled it up behind the movement and just left it there and gone to go and get a newspaper and a $18 sandwich from the gift shop.
And the whole thing of it, that can't, as you said, it's not an efficient way. And I know, as the esteemed Michael has mentioned, Tag did it. I don't know whether they were doing it before the first V4 they did.
Like a concept.
Sorry?
It was like a concept or something, wasn't it?
Oh, they came out with the watch eventually, the V4.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's a big bar that just slides back and forth. Yeah.
But they threw so much money at it, wasn't funny. Yeah, it was more of a bar. It was the same sort of, I guess it was the same sort of system. It doesn't have to be that, it's relatively basic, just having a toothed straight, whatever they call them, a pinion, rack. But it must, I don't know, it's just so different. I mean, which is good. I mean, kudos for doing something different, I suppose, to a normal automatic thing, and making the best of the shape of the case and everything else. I just don't know who's going to buy it. I don't know who buys any Corum. The bubble watches had a little moment, and so did some cool ones, and they were trendy for a bit. But since then, I was invited to have Basel World tickets for several years, thanks to Corum. I had a good mate, he's still there, who works at Corum, and they have a massive stand, and they have a lot of Asian clients. So I don't know whether this is for some specific markets more than others. I just don't see here in our market who actually ever buys them.
Well, they need 325 customers
to get this one.
That's all they need. There's 50 pieces in titanium, 150 in titanium and rose, 25 in titanium with diamonds, 100 in titanium rose with diamonds. So
yeah,
but still, I thought the same thing. What sort of person actually walks around with this?
Yeah, I don't know. But even it was the same with most of their of these Golden Bridge watches. Even just a standard watch, they're a cool thing, and they were an iconic watch when they first come out.
Yeah.
What was that? 40 years ago. But I just don't know who buys them. And then when they've got a bit of a radical looking one, you look at the Corum Golden Bridge 50th. It's there's one there. Corum Golden Bridge 50th anniversary with the big fat diamond at 5. And they were like 30 grand or something like that. They weren't cheap. And I just don't see it. I mean, it's
all their watches look a bit like a poor attempt at something else. Like their Admiral looks a bit like
I hate the Admirals. Forget
a
it.
poor man's Roger Dubuis Excalibur. Their Lab is a bit like the Frank Muller or a Hublot type thing we were looking at earlier on. Nothing's really done properly, everything looks a bit kind of unfinished. And I don't mean
But that's
unfinished
the
in
look.
terms of how it's made. I mean, like, the design isn't fully
Yeah,
thought through.
exactly. Because you look at it with a
Never
loop, but
speak
it's
to
really
me.
well done. It's nice.
It's never spoken to me. Yeah, it's never like.
The movements
I've
are
often
brilliant.
wondered who it appeals to because you're just showing an interesting movement.
Mm.
Like I don't think for me the overall design doesn't do it for me. Like
I don't mind. It's different. I mean, there was the Reverso's had its heyday and it's still going strong. There's different watches that have
I think
been iconic.
I think the shape is different, but when you show like this movement just hovering in the middle, it's just I've never fully
But that's like the mysterious clocks and watches and stuff. That's what Galabrese started doing, and for them and a bunch of other people, and for himself, did some awesome stuff.
It obviously works because Cartier did that stuff. I know there was who's the other independent watchmaker that did the triple axis tourbillon?
Pressure.
Thomas Pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that too, and that was a big hit. And I looked at it, and it never appealed to me. So,
in the metal, it's a pretty impressive watch. But I wouldn't actually buy one. But I mean,
mechanically, it's like really impressive. But I've never liked the design.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we sometimes get caught up with. We think what should please everybody. Obviously, if they got their markets and.
Yeah,
but I just don't know how they can find 50 people for these. Just because these should be when he was doing. Okay, look, here's a little bit of a. I can't even see this. I got to look at my my screen thingy. This is a Calabrese brochure, and this is on my desk here, literally from. These are like all Montre Mystérieux with a bridge in the middle, okay, and all sapphire around the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's kind of where this idea come from. You could have them, but these are one-offs.
Yeah,
this should be a one-off or a 5 limited edition or a 10. I just can't see just because it's got Corum on. I just can't. I think I get my head around it. It's
You're right. All these things should be one-offs, but it's like an entire brand is built around.
Yes, well,
these things.
Things that look like they should be limited, like really limited.
But I think I'm sure they sell bunches of them in Asia. I mean, they sell heaps of Admiral's Cup and all this crap over there. So. I don't know. There's still.
I've never even seen any in any shops.
No, I've never seen
in this country or in the UK. Yeah. So it must just be all Asia. I guess if all you need is a small percentage, it's such a huge market over there. You can keep yourself in business. Yeah.
Well, my mate Boone, he's taken over Asia for Corum now. He's over there a lot. He was before COVID, and he was just so busy it wasn't funny. The marketing they spent and the watches they sold over there, it was a big deal. Here though, I didn't in 2.5 years. Almost at Hardy Brothers, for example, when we had Corum, I never sold a single watch.
Oh, did you sell them there?
Yeah,
okay.
Well, used to. Not anymore, I don't think. I'm not sure.
Did they have a big range or?
No, I think the maximum range I would have had at least 10 watches.
Yeah,
which for maybe one. Couple of windows, maybe. Yeah. Oh, we would have had more. Maybe.
Did you ever have anyone even kind of sniffing around them, or
once? I remember once, but they were just curious.
I was like, "What the?" Push the button under the table.
Get them all out.
The lights go off. Yeah.
And then we had to get him carted away in a straitjacket. But no, just no interest whatsoever. I mean, we wore the things out, just putting them in and out of the windows, It's like, shop soiled. Anyway.
Let's move on to.
Let's.
We could go quickly through all of them, or just talk about a couple of them.
I think we should pick one.
How many's left?
Patek.
There's 3 Pateks.
The 3. I didn't open the Patek. I did not open the 3, but I forgot about them at the end.
Let's try and do it really quickly.
I didn't open the Patek.
All 3 of them?
Yeah.
Okay. We're only at 4 hours anyway, so might as well.
Let's just go for the new Sky Moon Tourbillon.
Let me open up your mail again because I didn't look at. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna go and have a fill a top up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk amongst yourselves. Check out. Yeah. Talk about
you're not going to miss much. I mean,
I want all the 3 Pateks done by the time I get back. Okay.
Yeah. Yep. All right. Let's just say this is just a piece of art. It's almost like it's pretty much almost like a display of craftsmanship. That's it. It doesn't necessarily look really nice either. Like when I say it's art, it's just like, let's see how many amazing crafts we can put into one piece.
Yeah, it's more like a showpiece, right? It's like it's almost like a school watch of these are all the things I can do. But you're right, it's not really very attractive.
There's too much, obviously, in one watch. Like, to wear this watch would be ridiculous. Like, you'd be insane. Yeah, it's just, that's. I can't imagine anyone. Oh, actually, Jay-Z could probably do this because he just,
Next time we see him, he's going to punch you right in the face for saying that.
But it is just putting lots of complications, amazing craftsmanship. I mean, they've even got different types of enameling. They've got cloisonné on the dial on the middle section. They've got another type of enameling where they're carving out metal and then filling with enamel as well. You've got repeater. You've got obviously the northern hemisphere on the other side of the watch.
It's the more attractive side, if I'm honest.
I've always liked that. I've always found it. Yeah, it is. I've always found it fascinating. When the Sky Moon Tourbillon first came out, that's what it looked like. Way back in the day. But I mean, if you look at the front, there's a lot going on, but it's quite magnificent. Even the hands are engraved.
Yeah, I do like that part of it.
Yeah, like I can't say that the watch overall is beautiful. It's just a hell of a lot of craftsmanship in it. I mean, the engraving on the case, yeah, that's about it. It's going to be, they don't even say how much it's worth. It's just going to be worth millions of dollars. You get some cufflinks with it.
It'd be like 2 million or something, right? 1.5,
yeah,
1.7
it could be 4 or 5. It could be anything really. It'll be how many pieces made to order? Maybe they don't even put a number on it. They'll wait and see if someone wants to order it.
1 of 10,000. Yeah, if it was a diesel.
It's incredible. It's an incredible piece of art. That's what you can call it. You would never wear it. You'd put it aside. And
when you think the amount of effort that went into it, though, if they'd put that amount of effort into just a watch and only focused on one particular thing, like just gone for the dial, or just gone for movement decoration, or just gone for one thing, it's like definitely there's too much stuff going on, but also just the amount of it is a bit of a kind of a waste of man-hours to a certain extent, where they could have made something really truly unique and wonderful if they'd just gone, we're going to have all this man-hours just doing one thing over and over and over again until we get something truly one of a kind.
I don't know if it would be appreciated though. Like this,
is this appreciated? This is appreciated because it's $2 million or $4 million or whatever.
This would be appreciated like a collector buying a pocket watch, an ultra complicated pocket watch that may never be worn and just be put in a safe or appreciated.
What about the SMT?
This is the
Sky Moon.
Exactly. Sky Moon Tourbillon. Exactly.
As we used to call them in Geneva, there's not too many of them over there, such as SMT.
As I said to Alex, you wouldn't wear this. It's a collaboration of as many different types of art and crafts as you can put into one watch. Even the hands are engraved. There's different types of enameling like cloisonné, and there's another type of enameling which you could pronounce, Rob.
Jean-Levé?
Where is it? Probably.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's an amazing piece of craftsmanship. That's all you can say. It's like a pocket watch you put in the safe and get out every now and then to look at. You wouldn't wear it unless you were Jay-Z, as I said. Millions of dollars. Done.
This one is this another one, or was the one that came out a few years back? Because I know they did one. Did they do this for that for this event?
They did it in white gold previously.
Yeah, that's this one. Remember when the white gold came out?
I don't know if it's made for the event, but it's going to be at the Rare Handcrafts event in Geneva.
I never really liked the white gold one, to be honest. I looked at it. I didn't hold it. I just looked at it in a case, and I was thinking, what's the point?
Yeah, exactly. You wonder that sometimes, but it's like
no, all the time, every time.
Well,
There must have been a few of those white gold ones because I remember seeing a few kind of bobbing around on Instagram and even a couple of different dealers.
10,000 of them.
Bobbing around.
No, a couple of different dealers messaged to say I have one of these for sale.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Can you post about it or whatever? And I was like, it was just
I mean, it's one of those pieces where the brand is pretty almost saying this is what we can do.
Yeah,
Oh, definitely. It's a showcase for them.
Yeah, it's a showcase.
It's like us with the wristies. It's like this is
Same
really
thing. Same thing.
best.
Exactly the same.
Exactly. Same amount of preparation, same amount of man hours, skill, easily. Yeah. So I used to wonder why, and now I realize that there are people that just collect things and don't even show them. This may never be shown out in public ever. After it's sold.
It's like the least wearable watch of all time. I do like the double crowns, make it look a bit like a super compressor, but that's about.
It's a super compressor. The same thing.
That's about where it kind of starts and ends for me. Just
you know the type though, Rob, don't you? Like there are collectors.
Oh yeah,
There
I
are
know the
collectors
type.
that they will even. I know of someone. I've heard of someone in Switzerland that has so many pieces like this and rare pocket watches from like tourbillon pocket watches and stuff, and they will find their watchmaker, and then that's the only person that these watches will go to, and it'll be a secret. Everything will be done.
Oh yeah,
like secretly. It's like
yeah.
So,
It's the modern day Henry Graves type person.
yeah, exactly.
The boankers we used to call them.
Well, these people don't like to even show off. You'll never like they don't show them the watches to anyone.
Yeah, but what's the point of having a watch and chuck in a safe? It doesn't really.
But it's for them. But they'll still get to appreciate them. I'll get them out and look at them occasionally. And yeah. If you can afford them, then I suppose why not? And you don't have to.
But but again, it's down to taste again. But this is actually ugly. This thing, all this engraving and the old Baroque style stuff. It's like.
I completely agree.
It's the polar opposite of say a Richard Mille $1 million Richard Mille or a 56 Sapphire. You know, it's just this is old school.
Yep.
It's a mush.
Far too much.
But it's old school, but it lacks the old school charm somehow because they have crammed so much stuff into it.
It is just a show off piece where it's like that's just absolutely like it's amazing that a company can even say we're going to just put this much effort into one piece and we don't care if it looks ugly because in the sense we're saying it looks ugly, but it's just a showpiece of all the crafts put together and as many complications as they can sort of get in there almost.
Do you know the thing that really annoys me the most about this, like by a long mile, is let's get two
miles are all the same length.
The what?
Miles are all the same length. You can't get a long mile.
I was going to say 2 crowns means 2 very thin stems. And it's big crowns. They will snap off in the blink of an eye. There's no amount of money you can spend on a watch like this that will guarantee you to have solid stems. And
can you imagine if that happened on a piece like this? The potential trouble of getting those broken stems out of that watch.
Just somebody who has to open it. I hate even just opening a solid gold Tissot watch. I'm like, oh God, I have to like bin this thing now because it's all going to crumple when I try and open it. Imagine.
Can I interrupt, gentlemen?
Yep. Of course you can.
We've had 2 firsts.
Yeah.
We've had a guest on, and we've had, what else do we have as first?
Quorum?
No, not quorum.
That was the first.
No one had a watch on our watch. And now we've got a last. This is my last
of the wacky chankies.
The last one in my fridge, and I think it's the last one I'll ever buy. Just show those guys they should have stuck with us.
Yep.
I mean, they should have. They should have. They didn't even stick with us.
Didn't start with us.
They didn't even start with us.
Honestly,
I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Oh no, I can't even pronounce. I'm not even going to pronounce it anymore. Missed a big opportunity, big mistake.
They should have. Yeah, it's like the Pretty Woman. Rob will walk into the brewery one day.
Big mistake.
Gold suit, just like
You're always going to big Rob in
Carries
his gold
watch on.
suit or his gold tracksuit.
Carrying a Milton rum bottle, drunk. Big mistake.
By then, Milton Rum would be the biggest selling rum in the world.
Exactly.
Number one in Zimbabwe. Oh, and Forbes magazine.
What is it?
Forbes, UNESCO, Forbes. Yeah.
Oh, it's just a trifecta.
I sent the Forbes thing to my mum. She's like, I'm just going to go and call all my relatives now to tell them I'm finally proud of my son. Finally achieved something.
Oh, that was big.
Number one
I'll
in
say.
Zimbabwe. I don't know if that's good or not.
We actually got into the Bahrain regular podcast charts, not even the hobbies charts in Bahrain,
Really?
just the regular Bahrain podcast charts. The first time that's ever happened, other than when we got into the regular Spanish charts after the first time Scaramanga was on.
Ah, okay. Yeah, right. Okay.
Let's go to the next Patek.
What's it? I didn't. I got it. Literally, I didn't even know what the next Patek is.
All right. Patek Philippe introduces the minute repeater perpetual calendar in white gold. Blue
Right.
enamel. Is it enamel?
Is this
Yeah.
the calendar?
Yeah, perpetual calendar.
Yeah.
With,
QP.
Breguet numerals.
Shut up, Rob.
Grand Faux enamel dial. Yeah, exactly.
This is so boring.
Grand Faux.
Yeah, boring.
Such a
Boring.
boring voyage. Okay, Michael, defend them.
I'm not going to defend it. I like the blue enamel dial.
Is it like phosphorescence?
I don't
Get-
necessarily like the layout of the dial.
It's got a micro rotor, Rob.
Yeah, just noticed that. I'm just scrolling down as we speak.
The
I
thing
like
is,
the back bit in the front,
the-
actually.
Yeah, the minute repeaters from Patek is apparently really good, and it looks amazing. The
Each
sound
one is
probably-
controlled by the Stern family. They take it up to the office, they listen to it, they send it
Exactly.
back, fix it, comes back.
Who makes the
No,
case?
wrong note. It's a bit flat.
Monsieur
Don't look back.
Hagman, great friend of
Jean-Pierre.
JCB.
Jean-Pierre Hagman. Yep.
Yes.
Did you ask when JCB was on? Did you ask him? You asked him something about Hagman, didn't you?
Yeah.
He's
I
threw it
asked
out
him,
there, just like a little throwaway
Yeah.
line.
What is it about?
How's
what is it about Hagman?
how's old
cases?
Haggy getting on these days? JCB, how's he keeping? Keeping well?
Well, he's busy. He's with the Caribbean.
Oh, that's right.
So I'm wondering what they're going to be bringing out next. What cases they're going to be bringing out. I mean, I knew they were going to instead of having the cases that are held down by screws, they were going to have a snap-on case back. But maybe they're doing a repeater or something.
So I'm just remembering all the times I make references to Hagman at work, and like when people are like, "There's a talk about a case or something," like this is up there with the cases of Monsieur Hagman, and people are like, "What?" Like just looking at me like I'm actually insane because I'm doing an in joke between us that they have no reference
have
for
no idea.
whatsoever.
You do inject just for yourself.
You're just doing it for yourself.
Yeah.
No. This one, I like the idea of perpetual calendar repeater is great, but I think the subdials they're too close as well. I think there's something wrong with the balance of the dial. I like the
Talking
case
with
shape.
his eyes.
I like the concave bezel and the case back and everything. It's the shape of it's nice, but yeah.
Imagine buying a watch this expensive and it looks that boring.
I
This is not-
suppose when
What
you
do they
get
call
to
this? It's just a.
when you get to buying these sort of watches, Alex, you're at a certain age where this isn't boring to you. This is more
I'm
like
older than you,
refined.
Michael. Shut up.
I'm just
You
saying,
need
I'd say people that buy this,
Well, a budget
generally,
put together.
they're going to be, sort of retirement age maybe.
You're
I
saying
don't
they're
know.
not wearing ladies' skinny jeans anymore. Is that what you're saying? That's
Yeah,
not the
I
market
don't
they're
think
going
they
for.
are. Yeah, but I think this is more like refinement for them. They don't go for the things that are exciting necessarily. This is
What was
I
that
think
watch
if-
we looked at, Rob, the other night? That was just pure class. It was a jump hour.
That's me. I can't remember anything more than about
You
2
were
days
there.
ago.
It was early on. We hadn't had that much to drink yet, but we were talking about how classy it was. I think it was in white gold, had a jump hour. The dial was spectacular. That was
Oh, yes.
more.
Anderson Genève.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's more to me something you get once you've like really achieved something.
I agree. Or an independent,
spectacular
proper
in life.
independent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is just
Even FP Jean, you prefer that to this.
Yeah. This is like
exactly. You're right.
This is
Patek
like
more the
phoning it in.
Patek is more like the mainstream.
Exactly. It's a
refinement.
mainstream. It's for the guys just want something to say, oh, I'll go Patek.
Yeah, they don't know. They don't know enough
I don't even know
to
what
make an
FP Jean is.
educated decision.
Yeah.
I
They've
think
never
you
heard
can
of Monsieur Hagman.
I still, I still actually do respect.
I still respect them. Yeah, you got to respect them.
For what they do. Like,
Yeah.
the stuff that they're creating is, not many companies can actually put that stuff out. Like the minute repeaters, perpetual calendars, split second chronographs. Like
Why
they're-
would
they're-
exactly? Hey,
They're
you just mentioned
difficult
it.
to make.
Split second. That's what a grand complication should be. In AP's books, a grand complication is these two plus a split second. If you're going to get this, why not get the split second as well? Otherwise, you're going to be in the bar, some flash restaurant in Lip Brasserie in Genève, eating your stuff, and guys going to look at your watch and say, "Oh, you only got the QP grand sonnery. You didn't get the grand complication.
Yeah.
Time's pretty tough in your bank." You might as well get the whole shebang, the trilogy, the big, a grand complication.
You might as well.
Even perpetual calendar, I find it so boring. It's just
wank.
it's
Well, what's the
not.
point?
Yeah, you know what? For the money, I would get an annual calendar over a perpetual calendar because the price
You get a lot.
difference is-
Yeah, you pay a lot less money.
you pay a lot less money, and like, so you have to reset it every now and then. Like it's an annual calendar will do you for the 12
You had
months.
your guy to reset it. You had your man resetting that. Someone else doing it.
I like
I
that
don't-
you can judge how far you're into the month with this though, but it's smaller than on the Oris. But it's possible if you squint. You're like, I'm 2/3 into the
Oh.
month.
We're going to end this soon because my ass is killing me at the moment. And
Next.
it's 1 a.m. All right, the last one. Patek Philippe.
Oh,
Ladies.
the ladies one, is it? I didn't see
Minute
this one either.
repeater.
This is my favorite out of
This
the
is
three.
one of my favorites.
Oh, why
The
did we talk
dial
about this
on
one
this.
first? This is what we had this one the other night and we didn't get around to doing it, did we?
Yeah.
I like this. Really
This
like
is
it.
great, and it's 36 millimeter as well. It's like you just hope that Patek start making like things that look like gents watches.
Yeah.
In like Alex called me then. Yeah.
Yeah, I got you. I'm surprised Rob didn't pick up on it, but yeah.
Gents watches.
But
36, 38 millimeter. You know, that are little, just that average size in like with a complication.
I'm just looking at the dial. I mean, the movement side,
Yeah.
wondering where the emails come into.
You can't. That's my joke, Rob. Okay.
Oh,
You
oh,
can't.
sorry.
That's a hell of a big micro rotor, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great.
Because
The
it's
micro
great.
rotor's it's such a small watch. The micro rotor is
Yeah.
larger than a regular size rotor.
Is that the
I
same?
I find it spectacular when a company can make something like a minute repeater in a size like this. Like they used to
Yeah.
make
True.
small minute repeaters. This is a hell of a feat to make a.
That's the
Minute
genius
repeater
of
that
Larry
size.
Hagman. Like he can make a hell of a case. Honestly, there's no one like him.
Larry all of a sudden has made every repeater case that Patek put out.
What is Monsieur Hagman's first
Have you
name?
got another room, or is it going to be a closet or something?
the
Larry Hagman.
The Larry Hagman cupboard.
Closet. Cupboard.
No, this is a good looking
I'd wear
watch.
this.
Like it's something so much more exciting than all the rest of the
Yeah.
crap.
I like that dial is sensational.
Yeah, the lugs are really beautiful and delicate. The screws on the lugs.
Would you wear it with the diamonds?
No, you would. I would.
I would
I could
see.
probably get away with it. You guys couldn't, but
Well, the thing is, they're not too. It's not too much. Like
I
What's
don't
the
like
size
enough
is
to
it?
wear it.
they're not large diamonds, though. Are they?
Diamonds are
That's
not.
the thing.
Yeah, if they were larger diamonds, it'd be easier to get away with
You reckon?
Bling
as a gentleman.
bling.
Yeah.
It's 36
Imagine if it
mil.
was just like a smooth domed, like a concave
Yeah.
bezel or something. That'd be like,
Concave, yeah.
yeah. Imagine if like guys would happily
If they
go
just
for this.
take out the diamonds, make the bezel half the size,
Yeah.
make the dial bigger, then it would be, you could wear it as a man, no problem.
You've got a repeater, 36mm repeater.
Yeah.
It's a winner. It still is a winner, but yeah. Take the diamonds off it.
Yep. Nah. Yeah.
I'd still rather have the Mrs. Rob FP Jean Elegante, to be honest. But
Well, make me
The
an offer.
thing is with this, Rob,
Cheaper than this.
you look at this. This is just a bezel put on. If you wanted to, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
of course. You could get a
Patek
smooth bezel.
Patek would actually do that. They would just
Yeah.
put a smooth bezel on it for you,
Everything's
and
negotiable.
you could have a unique piece in.
Yep. Yeah, that's nice.
I think I might start saving up.
Make your own.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
what can we yep, okay, good. Anything else?
Good. That's
Alex?
it. Let's do
what? Look at the
recommendations.
Bell and Ross.
Nah, it's boring.
What?
Okay. I've still got it open.
Bell and Ross, I just bypass that altogether.
I like how
Michael,
those buttons,
this-
they just hook things.
What? Okay, in fact, let's leave it because it's
Let's leave
some
it.
monstrosity. We'll cover it on the next one. We'll carry this one over. It's like the cliffhanger at the end of an episode of Neighbours. People know they have to come back to find out what happens with the Bell and
Exactly.
Ross Alpine F1 AF A521 collection.
I thought we were going to cover the Hodinkee golf watch and the Scottish watch's Happy Watch, with a little freaking chihuahua on it. What else was there?
A little
It's
bit
just-
of information is a dangerous thing. That's just something that the Scottish watches had on their thing,
know,
right? It wasn't
I know.
their actual one. What's
I
the
know.
Nike one?
Oh no, there's two Hodinkee ones. A Liberty one with the fancy. Anyway, doesn't worry. We'll cover it next time. I'll write it down.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, good. What else?
Instagram recommendations?
We'll
Yep.
ask that.
We could do that.
Yep. Mark is ready.
Yeah, I think I am.
Okay, take a long time, Michael, because I need to find one.
I'll just.
I've got
Really
three or four.
drag it out.
Okay. Because I've started following quite a few people lately.
Oh yeah, Michael, I might have mocked you quite badly the last two episodes you haven't heard yet.
Excellent.
But
I
you
can't
know,
wait to hear it.
we always say we love you right afterwards, so it's fine.
Yeah, of course.
We love you,
it's the
Michael.
It's the same as
We did
me.
popcorn.
Yeah, exactly.
Alex is an evil fucking overlord.
You're like the girlfriend, and sometimes you just want to hang out with the guys. That's what I said.
I'll take that.
No one's mocked me yet. I feel like I'm missing out.
Oh, you're just not
I'm
listening to enough.
unmockable, I suppose.
He's just talking to himself now. Oh, I suppose I'm unmockable.
Oh, well, otherwise I'd feel too sad. I'm going to mix some Milton rum.
Yep.
Just do a shot. Do a shot. Tell us what it tastes like. Just
I'm going to mix in with some pineapple juice. I've got left over from my Maduri splice. I'll just do a shot. I haven't got a proper glass here. I've got about 5 glasses that none are the right ones. I have to go and get my tourist whiskey glass from Edinburgh. No, I'll just leave it there. We'll cover that in a bit more detail. We'll do a proper tasting. He hasn't found it yet. You haven't found your instant recommendation, have you?
All right, I've got one.
Okay, go.
So J.T. _ winner L J.T. _ and it should come up as after that as winner.
Oh, yeah, okay. JT winner.
So independent
Winner.
watchmaker. I only just started following him like yesterday, the day before, and he
Wow.
messaged me and just said thanks for following. And yeah, it's
I like the rose oil. I mean,
Yeah.
the salmon dials, which everyone loves a salmon dial, just like they love a micro rotor.
micro.
yeah. I think the design of the watch is quite cool. That salmon one with the blue hands is nice, isn't it?
Hmm.
With the
Where's he based?
seconds at the top. Well, it's the Valet de Jour. I
Oh,
think.
Valley du Jour. Yeah, I
Yeah.
just saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah, second at the top changes things, doesn't it? Because you're just so used to seeing everything in the same place all the time.
Yep.
See, he's mixed Breguet hands with Nomos hands or whatever, or whatever that's sort of almost Breguet. What's that? Is that really a square?
Oh, and you know what? I just realised it now. He started working with Philippe Dufour.
Oh, yeah, okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm just looking now for the 2004. He started setting up his own workshop.
Okay.
So, well, he must have been working with Dufour similar times when I was over there actually. So yeah.
There's a few guys who've worked with Philippe Dufour. Some
Yeah.
that last very long. My instructor did
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, right.
At AP. And you end up doing black polishing screws for 3 months, and you kind of get over it a bit after a while. Most of them hang in there for a couple of years.
What an
but it's-
experience, though.
awesome.
Even to work there and say, yeah,
I don't think there's any excuse. If you've worked for Philippe Dufour,
yeah,
you must do your own brand like this.
Yeah.
That's why the guy I worked with, he ended up going to GG, and then he's gone off. Actually, he works with Philippe Nabel.
Oh, does he?
A guy, ex-Philippe Dufour guy.
Shout out to Philip.
Philippe. Yeah, well done, Philippe.
Looks like he's creating something nice at the
Looks
moment.
really cool.
Can't wait to see it. Like it's going to be cushion shaped sort of watch.
Yep.
Yeah.
This guy's got some nice stuff though. I like it. It's a bit more. It's like almost like a, it's kind of a British look. You know, Looms, PJ Fears, all these guys were doing little things which are a bit kind of British.
Yep.
But with the classic. What's with the square key in the middle, in the center pinion?
Center pinion.
Or center. Is that just a end? He puts on there. Or?
It's kind of interesting.
It's interesting. I don't know how it works, but
Square P.
Square, right in the center of the hand, for example. Visiting the place where.
Yeah, how do you adjust that?
Right in the center of the hand.
Yeah, like the pinion, right?
Oh, that's just like a classic. That's like a pocket watch style.
Yeah, but how does it work? It's just it, like it's driven on, or it's just a cap?
Good question. Now I'm wondering how it's actually driven up. If it's done like a pocket watch, I'll have to ask him.
You have to
message him right now. Call him.
Call him.
Call him. Oh, you know what? It's rare that when you follow someone, you get a message from them saying thanks for following, and
True.
It's not rare at all. Every single person that follows Fifth Wrist, I message them and say thanks for the follow.
But you're rare. You're special.
If they've got some nice watches, I say we'd love it if you reviewed one of your watches on the website. If they don't have any nice watches, I say, are you interested in the podcast? Why don't you listen to the latest drunk ramblings of Two A Half Watchmakers? And I send them a little link. And sometimes people say, I'm listening already.
I'm sending you a message now. Hi, Bernard. I'm just talking
What's
about
time
you
in
on a
Switzerland?
podcast.
Let me check.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll call him up.
Live.
That's 5 p.m.
No, I to be honest, I don't even know how to ask that question right now. I've had too much whiskey. I'm going to leave it for another
Go
time.
away, sober up, and come back to us with a proposal. How we can ask that question.
Yeah.
I like it. I love the designs.
It's a great design.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't know why I've not heard of him. That's what Adrian said, the Convo piece guy.
Yep.
True watchmaking since 1799.
He must be a pretty old guy.
Yeah, he looks well. It's not hard living like us.
Obviously not. Doesn't drink enough alcohol.
He's not doing podcasts and drinking whiskey
Or
like
he's
us.
he's pickling himself even more than we are.
He wears one of his own watches, which is always good to see.
Yep.
Is it a one-man operation?
I could be. It's. I do love that design.
This is the sort of thing where if you could go back to Switzerland one day.
Yep. Exactly.
Call in and
Actually
see.
visit, call in, and just like try and pick up one of those.
Just hang with him, hang out.
We should have been talking some shit about it, like with Bradley Taylor, and then he messages the next day and says, "You bunch of total bastards, let me come on and defend myself. We've been too nice. He won't want to come on."
He seems like such a nice guy.
Seems
looking at this watch, like even the white metal. What's that made of? White. It's a white metal with a a really pale yellow dial. The latest post that he put on.
He's Austrian. That's why. Maybe he's something. He's got the old the Habring vibes. You must know the Habrings.
Crown, nice crown.
Yep.
Great crown, not too fat, not too sticking out too far. I bet his stem's not quite thick enough, but
the dial, it really is. Beautiful. Very beautiful.
Oh,
beautiful.
So simple.
The balance wheel.
You
Just
can
finish that balance wheel, going right down to the balance. Anyway, look. Well, yes.
He's hand hammering these dials, I think.
Oh, really?
He's hand hammering the dials. Yep. So that texture is made completely by hand with a hammer and a punch.
There's a blue dial, Alex. You can be able to see that, Alex, but we can.
Where is that? How far down?
Way down.
Ah.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you.
Yep.
Shall follow with interest.
Okay.
Do you want me to go, Alex?
I've got one. It's a belter.
The belter.
Yeah.
Go.
Just dot my dot wristy.
Serious?
Yep.
Just my wristy. Just ask.
Just.
Oh, yes. That's a cool watch, that Zodiac.
Yeah, he's got some cool stuff.
Mm.
Longines chronograph. It's a kind of mixture of kind of older stuff and then some new kind of vintage inspired stuff.
Yeah.
He's got a spider dial.
It's got some Rolex there.
Sub. Yeah. I'm still not sure how I feel about the old spider dial sub. But
I don't like them.
Leaves me cold.
To me,
got a squail.
Yeah.
He's got a squirrel, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing attractive for me about the spider dials.
I thought it was a squirrel, it's not a squirrel. Don't you think so, Michael? I thought you liked.
No, it's just that's
a couple of negative things Michael said about Rolex tonight.
I like tropicals. I like certain tropical dials, but the spider, for some reason, it just doesn't appeal to me.
Okay, noted. Yeah,
it's an important note.
Yeah, Universal Genève. He's got one of those Briel.
He's got some decent watches. Yeah.
There's quite a lot of these guys on Instagram that have they're not all exactly the same collection, obviously, but there's lots of guys that have that same kind of feel to it. Yep. This kind of era of dive watches and chronographs and stuff, and I think there's so much in that era of really cool kind of funky designs that people can get into and collect.
Yeah, they're becoming more valuable. Like
relatively cheap.
Yeah,
I used to be able to dip my hand in a bucket of watches at Woods Jewelers, like old ones that were sold to us left behind, and they used to be like cheap chronographs. And now any vintage chronograph is worth lots of money, and they're like funky designs and
When you say lots of money, though, there's still some of them are still relatively good value. If they're not a big brand, I sold it.
Yeah,
I sold a Felicitas Neuchâtel movement watch a while back for $1,000.
That's a good value buy then.
It was a great value buy, but I bought it for $300, so it was a good. It was still easy to sell locally.
You can find good stuff. You just need to look for. You can see stuff as well on eBay. Once you've got your eye in, you see stuff and you can see the quality in it. You don't even need to know the name of it. You're just like, oh, this looks. You can tell by the dial quality and the hour markers and the hands and the case. You can just see it looks like it's worth slightly more money, but it's just a lot less commonplace. Whereas there used to be 10 of them a day. Now it's like you maybe find one a day or one a week.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Well, mine, and I'm pretty sure you follow this guy, Michael.
Yeah.
I know Roman does, maybe a couple others, but I'm pretty sure the watch regulator doesn't. It's got vintage watches.
Yep.
German guy, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And has some cool stuff. Has some old pocket watch stuff. There's some interesting few old Rolex and stuff, bits and pieces.
I've started following some people lately, Rob, and they've got like most of their collection is like really nice pocket watches, like high grade complications or just really nicely finished pocket watches. I think that's something that's coming back a little bit.
Do you think so?
Yeah, I think it is. I think there's a lot of people
just for collectors. I mean, they'll never have the demand of a wristwatch just because of
the thing is if you wear jeans, you've still got a little watch pocket down here or a coin pocket. You could you could do that if you wanted to. What's he doing?
Take a picture of his cat.
No, just doing a wide pan and then going in to show we're at 4.5 hours.
Oh, right.
Serious? Look at my clock.
We've taken my laptop battery down to 9%. But if you go onto eBay, you can find some of the best value things, and it's not for like pocket watch movements, high grade pocket watch movements. Like you can get the quality you can get for just a movement. I know you can't just wear a movement on your wrist, but if you're looking for a piece of quality engineering
and history, heritage as well,
history, you can get these amazing pocket watch movements online that where the cases have been scrapped years ago for the gold. I mean, I'm looking at some at the moment. I'm purchasing some occasionally, just to collect them. They're incredible.
When you look at that, who was that guy you had on with Adam Medium Watch, the guy in America that gets sued by Hamilton? The movements that he puts into his watches, they're so beautiful. All the old Elgin things, the finishing on them, they're just. If you could get a movement like that now in a watch, like a modern movement, I can't imagine how much it would cost. It's okay. There's no. It's not ideal for a wristwatch, and it was kind of the best they had at the time. But it's still, they're absolutely stunning. You can understand why someone would just look at the back of the watch for hours on end.
Well, I've just recently purchased a couple of Swiss-made pocket watch movements that were like super slim, used like e-Borsches that were used by Patek and stuff, and they're incredible. And maybe one day I'll just make a pocket watch out of one of them. You know, it's just for what they're worth. It's for what you pay for them. It's incredible.
And great 50th birthday present for a friend or loved one coming up in 10 years.
Yes.
That's a good pick, Rob.
What's a good pick? Oh,
one that
your Instagram.
Like, what are they talking about?
I haven't given it yet.
Thank you. Nice W holder. It's treating me. Yeah, good. Great.
That's good.
Great.
Well, yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a question from the Trivial Pursuit, from the horology Trivial Pursuit.
Let's have half an hour of Trivial Pursuit just to go over the 5-hour mark.
I can't see.
I've got 8% left on the laptop, so we've got to finish it up soon enough.
How many geographic zones are there on the Earth? What are they on about? How many geographic time zones? Okay, that's a no-brainer. Can you tell me how many time zones?
At least 4.
Keep working at it, Alex. You'll become a watchmaker one day.
I think you're correct. Alex.
24. There's 24 time zones.
Wait a minute. So I was half right. I got one of the numbers right. I was still working out what the first number was.
You get a point for that. You get five points out of 100, though. True or false? Holy moly! It's dark in here. I can't see Jack. In watchmaking, the barrel. This is for Alex, okay, not for Michael.
Yep.
The barrel consists of the arbor, the spring, the drum, and the cover. True or false? The barrel consists of the arbor, the spring, the drum, and the cover. True. Boom. Yes.
UNESCO, motherfuckers.
How many cores does the 2015 Tag Heuer Koenig? I don't care. Which gem setting technique uses stones of different sizes to cover most of the metal support?
Pave? No.
Different sizes, Alex.
Ah.
You may be a half a watchmaker, but you're not half a jeweler.
Different sizes.
All different sizes. And that, yeah. I know AP does. Some Patek has done it. Obviously, some LVMH brand has done it.
Yeah, I know what I've seen them before. I just can't. I don't know. Didn't know it had a name, but my sister would probably be like,
You
yeah,
should
of course it
know.
does.
Because it's something to do with the there's a link with the mascot of Fifth Wrist.
Balance cock.
Snow setting.
Is
Balance
it?
cock.
I've never heard of snow setting actually.
Haven't you?
No.
Okay. We have now learned something. See?
Yeah, that's good.
Right at the very end of the entire podcast.
I'm sure I'll remember that too after all this
True.
whiskey.
True or false? This Aqua Racer collect. Oh, I don't care. It's tag. What color is brass?
I'm not answering this one.
So-
On the grounds I might
No.
incriminate myself.
Say
Okay.
gold.
Primary color.
Primary
I-
color.
Yeah. Which primary color is gold? What's closest to what? I mean brass. It's not gold. Yeah, we think it is gold because it's shiny, but
Yellow.
yellow. The colorblind man comes through.
Good one.
Brilliant. Okay, that's it. That's the questions for today. We'll make that a long.
Regular thing.
A
Please
regular
don't
segment.
please not make this a regular.
I reckon it's good. I reckon
See?
if there's
Michael loves it. We
It
learned
teaches-
something. Snow
there's
setting.
people, yeah, out of all the podcasts, people actually can get to the end and learn something.
But they
They
have to
have
wait
to
to the
wait
very,
4.5
very, very
hours.
end. Okay, guys. We're going to wrap it?
Wrap it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. One of us has got an actual kind of job to go to tomorrow.
Do we have to say something at the end? Like, you have to say what?
Kids to get ready for school.
Subscribe to Robin the Regulator on wherever you listen.
Okay, I will.
Review your watch on fifthwrist.com. Go and follow Geneva Blue on YouTube. Follow us on YouTube. Follow Michael Woods Watchmaking on Instagram. Geneva_Blue_ on Instagram. The Watch Regulator on Instagram. And what else, Rob?